right, 6 o'clock exactly. WRBQ HD1 Tampa, Beasley Media Group Station. I skipped over the ID that was recorded, so I'm obligated to do the live legal ID. WRBQ HD1 Tampa, blah, 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 blah. WRBQ HD1 Tampa, blah, 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 blah. Fester, welcome, my friend. Are you disheveled this morning? You're just walking in right now, and your hat's pulled over your eyes? And
all right.
All right, so we got a story. All right, what's up?
No.
What?
It's Friday before a long holiday weekend.
Right.
Might have got a little crazy last night.
You just seem a little out of sorts. I mean, I'm looking at you, and you're not walking in with your same fervor. You seem to be disheveled and dragging. That's it. Where Roxanne looks all spry and kinky this morning.
I don't think the word's kinky. I think it's spunky.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I meant. Spunky. Yeah, spry and me.
She's always
spunky.
looking
Yeah,
real
I'm
kinky.
sorry.
Spry and kinky sounds like a lot of fun, though. Give those two traits.
I've got a question. What do you mean you got out of hand last night?
Listen.
Listen.
Today is a very traumatic day.
All right. Why?
Last night was a little bit of a wild night.
What?
Cigars wild.
Welcome, everybody, to the MJ Morning Show. Yes, on a Friday before the Labor Day holiday weekend. All right, what the hell? I mean, it's very infrequent that things get out of order with you. What the hell happened?
Well, you're going to laugh at me if I told you.
Oh, jeez.
But last night was the worst episode of Big Brother I've ever seen in my whole life.
God. Oh,
the wrong guy went home.
You and this Big Brother crap.
So such a good season. Such a good season.
Why were things out of hand? Did your wife watch the Big Brother with you?
She watches it like out of one eye.
Is she sitting with you when you're watching?
We're in the same geographic area of the house, yes.
Okay.
In lieu of actual lovemaking and that kind of stuff. Our being close to each other in the house usually consists of me watching Julie Chen and Big Brother. Wrong guy goes home last night. Then I find out from my wife, hey, you got to go to bed now. We got to get up extra early tomorrow. I was like, why? I get up extra early every day.
Yeah, really.
Today's the day that the dog gets neutered. So,
the new dog.
The new dog,
yeah.
Mabel. Goes to the dog neuter factory. I don't know. Where do they go?
It's called a vet.
Is it? Okay. I don't know. Do they have pet surgery centers?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. I don't know this. I don't know. I'm a very absent owner.
The vet's office does it. A veterinarian has an operating room or two or three, depending on the size of the veterinarian practice. Yes, you don't go to like dog snips or, great clips for dogs. No, you
know what? I think my wife found a group that does just that procedure, like the ticket clinic for like people like that law firm that only does tickets.
A vet that only does spaying and neutering?
Yeah, because we had to schedule it way out in advance. And now today's the day of snip, snip, tuck, cut.
And don't forget to control the pet population. Make sure you get your pet spayed or neutered. Goodbye, everybody. I caught the tail end of The Price is Right with the inferior Drew Carey. Listen, I don't dislike Drew Carey, and I don't find him to be inferior in life. I just find him to be inferior as far as the host of The Price is Right. I mean,
it's just different.
And he, I believe, used to use the Bob Barker residual. And don't forget to help control the pet population. Get your pet spayed and neutered. This is Bob Barker saying goodbye, everybody. For a while, I believe that Drew Carey was also telling people to help control the pet population and make sure you get your pet spayed or neutered. And I caught Drew Carey, the tail end of the show within the last month, and I think he changed his outline. I think he doesn't want you to get I don't think he wants you to get your pet spayed or neutered now. I think Drew Carey wants an explosion of dogs and cats. I think he doesn't say it anymore. So it must be that he's all for just ridiculous hordes of stray cats. And dogs banging all over the place. I'm
not against that. However,
no, seriously, I think Drew Carey dropped the old Bob Barker pet spayed and neutered line.
I think there's a couple of times he might have forgotten because the show is live to tape. And a couple.
No, I don't think he forgot. What do you mean? What do you? Oh, hold on.
I'm looking on some. I typed it into the Google, and first thing that pops up is a Reddit thread, and there's a thread called "The Price Is Right," amazingly. And 5 months ago, and today, and if you saw it recently, it's probably a rerun. Did anyone notice that Drew forgot to say, "Please get your pet spayed or neutered to help control the pet population" on today's episode?
I'm glad you're explaining you're seeing this on Reddit, because when you started talking, it sounded like you and Drew were friends. Like, no, that's not what he's doing. I've talked to him.
Hey, let me ask you a question. All right, so good luck with you. And what kind of dog did you guys get? And Fester finally gave in. Listen, pets are fantastic.
The worst dog.
Oh, get out of here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, why?
Mabel.
Mabel. What kind of dog is Mabel again?
It's one of those frou-frou.
What's the
uppity,
breed? Just tell me the name. I don't need foo-foo uppity.
What is fancy upper middle class white person dogs?
What is the name of the breed?
Bernedoodle.
A Bernedoodle.
Yeah, I don't even know what that other half is.
You know what? That sounds to me like a woman named Bernadette
That's what I just
is eating cheese doodles.
Yeah.
All right, Bernadette is like 385 pounds, just sitting on her couch watching Drew Carey and The Price Is Right, and she's just going through bags of cheese doodles. And her name is Bernadette. That's a Bernedoodle.
Yeah, and picture Bernadette Peters. She's an older actress, and that curly hair. So your Bernedoodle has that curly hair.
Yes,
a nice 1979 reference.
That's what I said.
I wish Bernadette Peters was at my house instead of Bernie Doodle.
She's still alive.
I think so. Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Just happened, and it happens occasionally. As I usually walk in alone. I'm usually the only one walking in. I'm generally one of the first of, other than some of the show producers. I'm generally one of the first of the morning personalities in the building.
Congratulations.
That's not why I'm bringing that up. I don't need your gratuitous congratulations, Roxanne.
You obviously saw the new Employee of the Month box for secret ballots.
Good for you.
Here's the deal. So I walk in this morning, and there's one of the people from another morning show, and I open up the outside door to the building, which is just the lobby of the actual office building where there are multiple suites in here. So I open up, I use my key card in my wallet. I open up the exterior door, and I hold the door, and he says, "Thank you." Then we walk up the stairs because we're on the second floor above the lobby. And I go to our landing, and then we have another locked door on the outside. And I hit the key card again, open that door, and hold it for him, and he says, "Thank you." Then we get into the kind of vestibule area, and there's like a bathroom, and then there's that's where our front reception desk is, and then there's another key card to get back to the offices and studios. So I hold that door open. He says, "Thank you" again. I get 3 thank yous inside of 32 seconds. All right, can you close the door? Would you please just close the studio door, Fester? I got all kinds of yakky jet in the hallway. Is it necessary for someone to give me 3 freaking thank yous? Or does thank you number 1 cover the subsequent open door, door thank yous?
I think that's a tough one. I feel like with thank yous, and when you've done that and you keep, I think it's okay. I think
I got so many damn thank yous, I felt uncomfortable.
I think
Stop
it's okay.
thanking me. All right? I think thank you 1 should cover all of the doors.
Does that mean he expects you to open the rest of his doors? Are you supposed to open the rest of the doors for him
I don't know.
in perpetuity out in the hallways?
I don't know if there's any downside to over thank yous.
Yeah.
You know what?
Over thank yous are good.
If he doesn't thank you, you're like, I got the door for the son of a bitch 2 more times. Not one thank you.
Exactly.
He only gave me 1. I opened 3 doors.
Listen, MJ opening doors in Tampa Bay for people since 1994. You know? It's like it gets uncomfortable. It's like, all right, thank you. It's almost like I don't want to hear you say thank you. It's like,
would you rather if him tried to strike up awkward conversation? So, how about those Rays?
I don't know. Roxanne, did you have one other thing to say?
Yeah, I'll bring it up in the next segment.
No, just bring it up now.
When you pass someone in the hall, how many times are you supposed to say hello to them in a work day? If X amount of time has gone by, that whole dilemma.
All right, let's grab traffic. MJ Morning Show back in a minute. cracker. It is the MJ Morning Show. It's 6:22 here on a Friday. Hopefully you got a decent Labor Day weekend schedule planned. We're just going to chill. We've got no travel. A lot of people travel this weekend. I'm not going anywhere. Fester, I don't think you're going anywhere, right?
Monday, I'm going to do one of my favorite Monday things to do that I haven't done in several years.
Oh, gee, what's that?
Have you ever been to the Monday Webster Flea Market?
Nope.
It's the only Monday, I think it's like the only Monday flea market in the country.
Why would you have a Monday flea market? That's
Because
like the dumbest freaking day of the week to have a flea market. Let's have a flea market when everyone goes back to work for the week.
Listen.
Yeah, that sounds like a genius move.
Webster's right next to the Villages. These people are retired. The place is packed. It's slammed. Monday, I'm going to the Webster Flea Market for the first time maybe in like 10 years.
Wow.
Do they have really good vocabulary there in addition to great deals?
They said
Webster's Dictionary.
Yeah. That's what about Merriam-Webster Flea Market? You gonna go to that one next?
None of you guys are going to work in like an Emmanuel Lewis joke?
I was thinking about him too.
Okay.
I was.
No,
He's a spokesperson.
Fester's headed to maybe you can hook up with some 72-year-old and get an STD or something.
it's the Swaparama at the Webster Flea Market.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear there's a lot of swaparama out in the villages. That's what I'm hearing. All right, well, you have fun with that. I'm not going anywhere, Roxanne. Tonight's going to be a great night. I'm making my from-scratch cacio e pepe. Luigi, the owner of Pasquale's Trattoria in South Tampa on West Shore, he got a whole freaking wheel of amazing Tuscan pecorino. I usually use Sardinian pecorino for my cacio e pepe, but he got this wheel of Tuscan, and it's really good. I already made one batch, about a month ago. So tonight, cacio e pepe, and then I think we're going out to dinner with the cake girl on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
How awkward is that going to be like at dessert time? You have a lovely meal.
She brings her own cake to restaurants.
Okay, so the creme brulee is on special today, and we have, we do key lime pie that we made. Or they bring like the dessert cart out, and she's there with her arms crossed.
Yeah,
like, get the hell out.
That cake sucks.
Yeah.
That cake sucks.
Yeah.
Get this out of my face.
She's made a cake that looks like a dessert tray.
This is amateur hour.
That would be brilliant, right?
Get this amateur hour dessert stuff out of my face. All right, let me go out to my trunk. I happen to have a cake in my trunk right now in the parking lot.
Would you like to try the new lava cake? No! Get out of here! I built an actual volcano.
Roxanne, anything planned for you guys? Does Doug's have some golf tournament in the Bahamas or something?
No, he does. He has one coming up there, but we have so much. We have our Disney cruise we're going on soon. And then then I'm going to the Bahamas with him. So we are doing nothing this weekend except chilling, relaxing at the house.
It's all three of us, just absolutely nothing. Wonder what Froggy's doing this weekend.
He's probably doing something awesome.
Maybe we should call him up and see what he's doing.
I sent him a text this morning.
Yeah, he's been sending me just rambling texts like he's like ripped when he's sending me these texts. All right, so moving along here on the MJ Morning Show. Something I mentioned yesterday and I just didn't get around to doing. You remember I teased an item that this cosmetic surgery is the most dangerous or has the most complications?
I remember us talking about it, but I don't remember which one.
Well, I didn't talk about it.
You never got to.
I teased it. I was like, hey, coming up. I did a whole list of coming up crap. And listen, this is not a scripted show. I have a pile of crap I want to talk about, and sometimes we go off on tangents or we go longer on some item, and I just didn't get around to this. So the most dangerous cosmetic surgery, and one of these surgeries has a 92% risk of complications. So when you go for the consult, you really want to go through with this when you find out that there's a 92% risk of complications with this surgery? I'm like, what the heck? Who the heck would want to do this? You know what it is?
Does it have to do with something with the face?
Uh-huh.
Well,
Yes,
just guess.
I don't know. Eye surgery?
Yep.
What? How do you know this?
Because I read the story.
All right.
I don't know. Eye lift?
Nope.
Oh, so what do you think it is, Roxanne?
I know what it is. It's when you want to change the color of your eyes.
Yeah.
Pretty dangerous.
Oh.
Yeah. people that get like a pigmentation change
Yeah.
in their irises to change the color of their eye?
I have an idea for them. Colored lenses, tinted lenses. Those work just as well and don't make your eyes fall out.
Yeah, I got an idea for them. Why don't you get someone to crack you over the head so you can knock some sense into you? I mean, hell, let's do your eye color surgery change. And, there's a 92% risk of complications. You might go blind, but, hey, you want to go from brown to blue? Or listen to this. Americans obviously are hooked on cosmetic procedures. Last year, there was an increase, 5% increase. So, that's according to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. I think my brother's in that organization. But this particular elective procedure, 92% likelihood of complications. Eye color surgery, Roxanne is correct, includes cosmetic iris implants, laser pigment removal, and keratopigmentation. Tops the list of the 10 most dangerous cosmetic surgeries. So that is number 1 on the list.
Wow.
Why would an ophthalmologist be interested in having this as a service that they offer in their practice when it has such bad, chances when it's not only is it not going to necessarily succeed, but it might hurt you.
It's almost like them begging, sue me, malpractice,
Yes.
sue me. I'm sure that you have to sign like 59 pages of releases and waivers and all kinds of crap. Now, listen to this. So that's number 1.
Hold on, what are the complications? I mean, if the complication is blindness, that's one thing. But if it's like, a little eye irritation, I mean, people may say, okay, I'll take a couple of eye drops.
Well, listen to the complications.
Eye color surgery has all kinds of problems. Recovery times range from 1 to 8 weeks. Average cost is $12,000. Patients are completely playing with fire. The keratopigmentation, not approved by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. A laser is used to create a tunnel in the cornea. Experts have warned about complications, include vision loss. Like next thing you know, you go to Braille school. All right? All right.
There you go. That's right.
So vision loss, blindness.
I figured that was on the spectrum
Yeah.
of side effects, but is that like a big percentage?
Glaucoma, uveitis. What the hell is uveitis? I don't even know what that is.
Uveitis. It's
Sounds like
Why don't you tell me what uveitis is?
sounds like an infection.
Why don't you look that up?
according to WebMD,
Sounds like an infection in a woman's.
uveitis has
That's
nothing
what
to
it
do with
said. I'm
that.
sorry. It's what is it?
According to WebMD, it's a type of inflammation that causes red eyes, pain, and blurred vision.
Well, there you go. Uveitis.
Oh, uveitis.
Or infection of the uvula.
Yeah. Eye inflammation as well. All right. You ready? Here are the 10 most dangerous cosmetic procedures, or the 10 procedures that have the highest risk of complications. All right. Number 10 is breast lift. Not breast implants, but a breast lift. And that is known as mastopexy. That's got a 10% complication rate. An arm lift, brachioplasty, a 21% complication rate. Breast augmentation is on the list with a 14% complication rate. Butt implants, 22%. Breast reduction, a 38% chance of complications. Injectable fillers. And people are doing that left and right. That is a 65% complication rate. But that could just mean, some swelling or...
Yeah, I mean, swelling is actually what you want with those fillers, right?
Body lift. What the hell's a body lift? We can lift the whole freaking... We can levitate your body off the ground. It's a body
I
lift.
think it's where they cut you all the way around your waist and pick up your skin like you're picking up your pants.
Gonna put you on the auto rack at the Pep Boys and just lift you off the ground. It's a body lift. Brazilian butt lift, 38% complication rate. A thigh lift, 78% complication rate. And then number 1 on the list is the eye color change. Well, there you go. So, folks, please book your elective cosmetic procedures accordingly. But listen, a complication could just mean, I would imagine, just kind of simple, minor stuff that you probably would expect. All right, we have the cash coming up after 8 o'clock. Just after 8, it's the MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher. Your chance to win up to $1,000. Nothing ever less than $500. Just be the right caller when we tell you to phone in, and you get to play the game, and you win cash. I mean, once you get through, if you're the right caller, you win money. It's just a matter of how much money do you win. 6:32, it is the MJ Morning Show. Early Morons in the news. Great pile of that crap. Next. Typically, you would not hear the same Morons in the News musical rejoiner bumper 2 days in a row. However, yesterday was the debut of this bumper music, which is just a loop of the intro, which I did in my home studio. That's Gangsta's Paradise.
Yeah, if you want to keep your coworkers happy,
Yeah.
play that for us. Love it.
Yeah, I love Gangsta's
Right?
Paradise. Anyway, so that's Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise. And yesterday, when I debuted this Morons in the News bumper music, I was even, did I say something like, living in a moron paradise, right? Got an email from a listener. I think it was Phil. Phil, one of our hefty listeners. And Phil's like, hey, you're onto something. You know, he was the. Wait a minute. I probably
Wasn't Phil the guy that pointed out that we should have done a ketamine queen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Well, that's in the email. Hang
Phil
on a
was the
minute.
inspiration
Yeah.
for Ketamine Queen.
It's Phil Dispenza. Hey, we never did Ketamine Queen, but he's like, hey, you still should do that because there's going to be plenty of Matthew Perry stuff still.
What do you mean we never did it? I did it.
No, no.
I blew it out right here in the.
We never produced it.
Yeah, having it professionally done by like Magic Mark. So I get this email from Phil yesterday. MJ, that song is a great idea for a parody. And unlike Ketamine Queen, you can use this every day. Get Magic Mark to do this one. Thumbs up, Phil. And that
Phil.
was me yesterday, just, coming out of the commercial break. And all right, time for Morons in the News. Living in the Morons Paradise. So, listen, I think Phil might be onto something. The regular lyric, the hook, after the rap, the hook is been spending most their lives living in the gangster's paradise. That's the actual been living most their lives living in a gangster's paradise. So maybe we just been spending most their lives living in a moron's paradise, right? For Morons in the News.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe have Magic Mark, our parody guy, just do like a 10-second bumper, 15-second, little jingle stinger. What do you think? Hey, Phil, good idea. I just kind of spontaneously, just came up with Morons Paradise. I mean,
How about Moron's Hair of Lice?
what?
I don't know. I just want to change. I want
Morons
to change
hair of what?
hair of lice or head of lice.
What the hell? What does that mean?
I don't even know what it means, but I'm not a big fan of just like replacing one word in a parody. Like you can't just replace gangster with moron. Has to be more creative than that.
Why? I mean, if you've been spending most of their lives living in a gangster's paradise, been spending most of their lives living in a moron's paradise. I don't have a problem with that.
All right. Well, let me put some thought into it.
Hair of lice.
I'm just trying to come up with something more than paradise.
You
Moron's
gotta-
paradise.
You got to sing it out
Okay, well, I guess the greatest
Wait a minute. Is
the
that-
greatest parody man didn't change
Is
more
that
than
Weird
one word.
Al?
Yeah, it's
you
Weird
never
Al.
heard Amish Paradise?
That's, you know what? Now, that's right.
He's churning butter and he's driving a buggy.
Yeah. I guess I hit that again. Hit the beginning of that thing. Do you have the whole beginning? Let me. Oh, you don't know. I play what you have. Then go ahead. I tell you what, it's no Amish paradise when you got your horse and buggy going down some dark road with no lights or reflectors, and some truck rear ends you at 67 miles an hour. That's no Amish paradise. Anyway, let's move on to the actual morons. But I like it. Maybe I'll have Magic Mark do a little parody for us. I got a question here. At what point, if you are carjacked and you're kidnapped and you're forced at gunpoint to drive, at what point do you just say, "All right, enough's enough. I'm out of this situation"? Or well, let me give you the scenario. It was a 1,000-mile trip.
What?
Yeah, at some point over 1,000 miles, where clearly you have to stop for gas. Can't you make a run for it? All right, listen to this. Man charged with armed kidnapping of rideshare driver, an Uber driver, that he forced to drive from Texas all the way to Florida. I mean, there's got to be some point where you can terminate the kidnapping and the carjacking and, like, run away or attract attention, right?
Didn't Google or Uber know that they were on the app? They're driving out of range?
A Texas man is accused of kidnapping a rideshare driver at gunpoint and forcing them to drive more than 1,000 miles to Miami. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida said in a news release earlier this week, Miguel Alejandro Pastran Hernandez, 23 years old, is charged with, man, I sound like I'm an anchor on Telemundo all of a sudden. Yeah. Miguel Alejandro Pastran Hernandez, charged with one count of kidnapping, one count of carjacking with the intent to cause death or serious bodily harm, one count of possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence. The complaint does not identify the victim of the crime, so we don't know the name. The complaint doesn't identify the victim as a driver for Lyft. So I guess this was Lyft. But in a statement to CNN, the rideshare company said, "We have reached out to the driver to offer our support." Permanently, listen to this, permanently barred the rider's account.
Oh, good.
Wait a minute. So this guy's under federal indictment. This guy charged federally in Miami, and Lyft says, "Yep, we've thrown them off. They cannot hire a Lyft again."
Oh, you told them.
Yeah, they could be in federal prison, it sounds like, for about 15 or 18 years. I'm doubting this guy's getting released on bond either. Holy crap. Yep. We've banned the murderer. We're not going to allow the murderer to hail a Lyft anymore. We blocked their account.
You took care of it, Lyft.
You're in Lyft prison right now. You're in Lyft jail. No, but listen, I don't want to be a backseat driver commenter here, but over 1,000 miles, if you carjack and kidnap a Lyft driver, an Uber driver at gunpoint, over 1,000-mile trek from Texas to Florida, isn't there an opportunity to break away? Come on. I mean, at a Wawa, at a Citgo, Sunoco.
You stop for gas. You have to stop for bathroom breaks.
Exactly.
You have to stop to stretch your legs. This is a pretty dumb driver.
I mean, you're at a 7-Eleven in Alabama. Can't you, just make a break for it? Or what about you see cops?
Yeah, I would drive 120 miles an hour. Try to get pulled over.
Right. That's a good idea. I like that idea. But then maybe the bad guy just had him pull over at really desolate gas stations. I mean, think about going to a gas station in the middle of the night. There's nobody there.
What are the odds of the guy taking a nap?
Hey, Lyft, you really showed this kidnapper carjacker. You've thrown them off the platform. No more Lyft for you.
Well, they also left a 1-star rating for him. So.
The terrifying experience began Friday, August 16th, around 10:30 p.m. in Arlington, Texas, when Pastran Hernandez ordered a ride using the rideshare application. The driver, who was not named in the complaint, arrived at the ride location where Pastran Hernandez pulled out a gun and said, drive to Miami? What the hell? The victim could hear Pastran Hernandez loading the chamber of the firearm. What, like racked it? Like with a dramatic movie scene where you got to rack it?
Yeah, sometimes that sound scares people enough.
Yeah. Oh, listen, there's nothing more intimidating than a good shotgun rack.
Yeah.
You know, the heavy click of a shotgun. Yeah, the victim heard the perp rack up around, I guess. Pastran Hernandez reportedly told the driver that he had other firearms in a suitcase that he brought with him. The defendant threatened to tie up the driver and stuff him in the trunk, but the victim begged to be allowed to drive, hoping to find an opportunity to escape.
Which he never did.
Over 1,000 miles, which I'm saying, listen, I shouldn't be, what is the term I'm looking for? Not a backseat driver, but I shouldn't second guess. What was the word I'm looking? I can't find the word.
Monday morning quarterback?
No. Anyway, but I would think that over 1,000 miles, you can find a way to escape.
You'd think. But it isn't. The guy survived, which was the ultimate goal.
Yeah. During the trip, Pastran Hernandez also discovered the driver had their own firearm and ammunition in the car, and he kept it in his possession for the remainder of the trip.
So he had.
So wait a minute. The driver had a gun as well?
This story gets weird.
Yeah.
More weird.
Why did the driver try to break away? Why did the driver, use an opportunity to shoot the hell out of this guy? I mean, that would be justified. You're carjacked and kidnapped as a Lyft driver at gunpoint. You are totally justified. Especially, man, you're in Texas. You're home free on that one, man. Even in like California or New York. I still think, well, I don't know, but maybe you'd probably come down with more charges than the actual kidnapper in some of these back-ass. Anyway, so finally, the driver remained in Pastran Hernandez's custody until Monday, August 19th, and was then ordered to drive to a store in Hialeah to buy supplies for a second kidnapping. So what's that all about? So the driver continued to drive to Florida, where they arrived on Saturday night. When they arrived in South Florida, Pastran Hernandez discussed his plan to kidnap another person for ransom.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
I kidnapped you for a ride. I'm going to kidnap them for ransom.
Right, so here's the deal. While at the store, so they arrived at this store, I guess, and this guy informed the driver of this other scheme to kidnap somebody else for ransom. While at the store, the victim fled from Pastran Hernandez, who was later arrested and found in possession of a bag containing a loaded firearm, and I guess he had drugs as well. Anyway, so he got all the way to Florida before the driver was able to flee. How is that? Why couldn't you flee at the first gas stop?
Or the second.
Yeah.
Or the third.
And how did he get his gun? That's another big question. How did he get, the driver had a gun.
Yeah.
So how did the bad guy get the driver's gun?
I didn't know the driver.
I thought you said that.
The driver had his own gun.
The driver was in possession of the gun the entire time. The bad guy did not get the driver's gun. The bad guy had his own gun, claimed to have other guns in a piece of luggage that he had. The driver remained in possession of his firearm the entire freaking trip.
This makes very little sense.
Yeah, that's what I originally said, though. I said that the driver was in possession of his own gun for the entire trip. What a mess. What a convoluted mess of a story. All right. It's a one for moron in the news today.
All right.
That's all we're going to get.
Actually, I have a bunch more, which I'll probably sprinkle in during the course of the show. It is 6:52 at the MJ Morning Show. I saw an interesting list Actually, I've got two interesting lists. One is the fact that people don't use the phone to talk as much any longer. We've talked about this many times that, people are just texting. So like interpersonal communication skills are absolutely deteriorating. And there's a little list that's floating around of like, when is it acceptable to actually use the phone to talk? So we'll get to that up next. And also, there's a compilation of weird, strange places in Florida, like names of weird places. And there are a couple on this list that I'm like, what? I mean, I've been in Florida since 1992, and I've never heard of, well, there's one that really stands out. And it's kind of X-rated, really. All right, hold on. We'll get to that all next. Don't move. MJ Morning Show here on Q105. 7:02 at the MJ Morning Show here on a Friday as we head into the Labor Day weekend 2024. Got a list of weird places here in Florida, and who put this together? Click Orlando put this thing together. You know, it's a TV station. They go by Click Orlando as their website, but
Yeah.
it was a WKMG. Yeah, it's WKMG out of Orlando. Is that Channel 6 or something out of Orlando? Yeah, I think it is. So they put together this list. These places have some strange names here in Florida. Have you been? And I've been to some of these places, like Ave Maria, you know, down in, what was that, Collier County. I've been through there. You know, you also have a law school. Don't you have a college and law school down there? Ave Maria,
Yeah. Okay.
law school.
All right.
Yeah, down
Okay.
there. All
Take
right,
your word
so
for it.
that's to me, that's not a weird name. And listen,
Is it places with names that are weird?
yes. So locally, you know, we've got Wiki Watchy is on the list, but you know,
That's just a funny name.
yeah,
or-
that's just more normalized. But for at least for me, they mentioned Beer Can Island, and all that sales drama. We haven't heard anything. Did they take it off the market again? Remember?
I don't know.
Remember they bought it for like $18 and they're trying to get like $30 million for the place or something, or, Anyway, so, Beer Can Island is on the list. But again, that's kind of just normalized to me. But then there are places that I've never heard of. Also on the list, Cockroach Bay in Hillsborough County. And listen, I've heard, but, is it a strange name? It is. But, I guess, Roxanne, can you stop doing that? That is really distracting.
Well, just look at Fester. That's what you always do. You just stare at Fester.
No, you're just lunging.
Yeah, give me another 20 seconds and I'll be gone. You didn't play the song. I need to hit 10 minutes. Okay.
Oh, geez.
10 seconds to go.
You're going up and down and up and down.
Just
and
pretend
up
like
and
you're on a
down.
boat. You're on a boat.
Roxanne is up and down and up and down and just lunging.
Kind of like your moods. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, now you're done. Okay. Is my favorite strange city on the list?
Which is what?
2 Egg.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I never heard of that.
Yeah, 2 Egg. It's in the Panhandle.
All right. Exactly. So, yeah, Cockroach Bay is on the list in Hillsborough. But again, there's a Christmas in Orange County.
There is. You pass it when you drive out to Cape Canaveral. We drove through Christmas.
In Sumter County, not too far north from us.
Right.
In Sumter County, Krumakuchi.
I guess that's better than Grumakuchi.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
I think that's what they wanted to name it, but the guy had a mumble.
Yes,
Hey, we'll name it here. Krumakuchi.
I'm going to Krumakuchi to get a Grumamakuchi.
Everybody get their things under control.
Yes, I'm looking for the landing strip.
Yeah.
Can I get the landing strip?
We're going to have a little airport here in Krumakuchi, if you know what I mean. We'll bring it right in for a landing.
Private planes.
Krumakuchi.
Is there a tower at Krumakuchi, or is there
There's a tower, all right. It's on me. Let's go.
All right, so there's Krumakuchi. I never heard of this. All right, this is the one that I never heard of. Do you know in the Keys there's a
What is it?
dildo key?
Yeah, they didn't even try to conceal that, huh?
There is a dildo key in the Keys. Now,
What does it open?
all right, now this is like one of those uninhabited like chunks of sand. All right, zoom out and you'll see how far it's like in the middle of like the Florida Strait or whatever you call it.
It's closer to the Everglades than it is the Keys.
Yeah,
the strip of
exactly.
Keys.
So if you were to get in a boat and let me see, zoom out. All right, so hang on. So if you're in Key Largo, maybe, I don't know, 80 miles, 50 miles. I guess I could look at the key and try to
Isle Morada might be closer.
Yeah, maybe Isle Morada, and then you go like northwest from Isle Morada, and it's one of these little like islands, and it's called Dildo Key. I'm going to tell you right now, if Dildo Key was like on the main drag on one, that sign would be ripped off every single time it was put back up.
Yeah, forget that mile marker 1 sign.
Exactly.
Who wants that crap?
So luckily there are no roads on Dildo Key. The traffic on US 1 or Highway 1, whatever you call that, it's inaccessible. It's in the middle of the water. It's a patch of sand, and it's called Dildo Key.
And the key is inaccessible.
Let's see, Dogtown. What? How do you even say this? Estifanagula. Have you ever heard of Estifanagula?
Spell it.
Sounds like some kind of male, medical problem. Estifffanulga. That's in Liberty County.
Where the hell is Liberty County?
Yeah, it's up in the Panhandle, I think.
I don't even.
Yeah.
Angula. Estifangula.
Is that it? All right, you got Howie in the Hills, which I've known of that. That's in Lake County. And then Fester, yeah. I'm skipping over a bunch of these, but you've got 2 Egg in Jackson County.
Yeah.
2 Egg, Florida.
So the lore is that there was a general store in this town,
Yep.
and you could trade things, and people would buy things for 2 eggs.
Really?
You bring 2 eggs, and you get something from the general store. You bring 2, and then they would trade the eggs out, and that's how I got the name 2 Egg.
Then there's another place in Franklin County called Tate's Hell. Yeah, where do you live? I live in Tate's Hell.
That's a great place to open a famous Tate's.
Wow.
There's a Spuds in St. Johns County, in Wakulla County. That's also up there. I've driven through Wakulla County. There's a place called Sopchoppy. They're listed in Seminole County, well, not too far from us, Orlando area. Seminole County. There's a place called Taintsville. Everything's all tainted there.
Yeah.
So everything's tainted in Taintsville. I think that's about it. Yeehaw Junction's on the list, but I've driven through there, 200 times over the years. But what do you say this Labor Day weekend? We get in the boat, we go to Dildo Key. What do you think?
I don't think.
Make sure you bring the batteries.
I don't think the joke on Taintsville is necessarily that everything's tainted.
Well,
No.
What do you think the joke is?
If you know, you know.
Well,
You know.
no, I don't. Hold on, I'm not. It's going over my head.
Okay, well, we can break it down for you in the break.
There's a little. It's not obscene.
This is all you, Fester.
Oh, so you know what he's getting at?
Yeah, of course I do.
How the hell do I not know what he's getting at?
The first part of that Taintsville.
Yeah.
The first word is
It's like an Urban Dictionary.
It's
type
an
of
Urban
word.
Dictionary part of the body. The part between.
Okay, all right. Now, I got it. I didn't know that was a term. I
You
never
never
heard
heard
that.
the term taint before?
Nope, never
Not
heard that.
Like tainted
It's not
water.
this, it's not that kind of thing.
It's like between the
Oh,
boys
it
and the
ain't
butt.
this,
It's right
and it
there.
ain't that.
Taint the.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, it's
all
right.
right. Yeah, no, I guess it's not part of my daily lexicon.
I use it I almost say
guess
my
not.
dog taint. I mean, I use it all the time.
All right, folks do not use the phone to talk anymore.
No.
It really is amazing. Just people have just gravitated to texts, and people just don't talk and have conversations anymore. And our interpersonal skills have gone to hell in a handbasket. Not as much, I think, with Generation X and maybe some of the older millennials, but I do notice it across all demographics. The boomers, the Gen Xers, which we're all Gen Xers, millennials, then you got Gen Z, you got the alphas. I think it's even more prevalent with alpha if they're old enough to have a cell phone, and certainly Generation Z and the younger millennials, where do they even know how to dial a number and actually talk to somebody on these devices in our hands?
Yeah, I doubt it.
Do they even know how to make a call? The art of conversation, we might be the last generation that understands the art of conversation and having a discussion on the phone.
Yeah, I have friends in all different age groups. And my, 30-year-old friends, they're like, Roxanne is a psychopath. She will call you without sending you a text message, and she'll leave a voicemail. She's crazy.
That's another thing. Seriously. So some people are offended if you call them without sending a text message first to essentially
book time,
beg forgiveness, or I'm about to call you. Is it okay if I call you? Is it okay if we actually use our mouths and verbal communications to speak on the phone? No, there are some weirdos where seriously they want like a text warning first before you actually call. Remember, we did a whole segment on this months ago about is it rude to call in this latest iteration of humanity without sending a text first?
Yeah.
Like permission. It's like, Captain, permission aboard. It's like, Captain, permission to call you on the phone.
Permission denied.
So
how dare my phone ring and I have to send it to voicemail.
Here in 2024, though, there's a list that I saw. These are the 10 most acceptable reasons to actually place a phone call where you talk to somebody in this current time in the human timeline.
Hey, before you get to that list, did it say there as well the average length of time that people spend on their phone a day? Because I think I read that story, and I think that the number was like 5 minutes a day. It was like 4 minutes and change or something.
What, actually
crazy.
talking on the phone?
Yes.
That sounds about right. All right, so here we go. You ready? These are the most acceptable reasons to make a phone call in this current time and age that we live in.
Well, let me guess. Somebody kicks the bucket.
Come on, Fester. That's like, I think it's number one.
It is
okay,
on the
well,
list.
well, that's acceptable. Are you building up to somebody kicks the bucket? That's obviously the best reason to give somebody a call. I mean, if you get a call after 11 o'clock from anybody, first thing I'm thinking.
No, I'm sorry. That's number two.
Oh.
That's number two on the list. All right. So number 10 is to share a negative health update.
Okay, yes.
Hey, I just wanted to call you. I know I haven't talked to you in a while, but got herpes.
You got the herpes.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, okay.
That's a text, really, right?
Number 9, when you're lost or trying to find someone, trying to meet up. Hey, I can't find you. Where are you? Number 8, calling in sick to work.
No. That's definite text. That is not a phone call.
All right, next
because
is
then, it's just a text. That's easier.
next is to announce positive news like, hey, we're pregnant. That's acceptable. To book things like a hotel or restaurant.
Now, that seems opposite to me. I book online.
Yeah, so much is done online. Or a
What?
restaurant, so much is done like with open table and all those.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, MJ, you are reading times when it is appropriate, according to these
Right.
people, to make calls.
To make a call.
I would think it would be a lot easier to do that on your device, book reservations.
All right. Next is when you're running late and you're driving and you can't text, so you make a phone call hands-free. Next is to wish somebody a happy birthday.
No, I don't call people on their birthday, text them. They have too much stuff going on.
I send them a nice text or maybe
No. A birthday deserves.
it depends who the person is.
Yeah, it depends how close they are to you.
My top 3 people, inner circle friends,
that's
might
it.
get a call on their birthday.
Number 3 is to show support when someone's going through a rough patch. Number 2 is to inform somebody of a death. Yeah, you don't want to get that via, oh, by the way, Grandma died. You send a text? Yep. Come on. And then number 1, general chat. If you just want to catch up, that's number 1. But if you're under 35, you got to send a text first if you want to chat.
Okay, that's
And
the most.
and that's what we just talked about.
That's such an absurd list because number 1, if you want to have a general chat. Yeah, that's what a phone conversation is. It's a general chat.
Yeah. Anyway, there's the list. And I mean, so many freaking rules these days, and people are just, such pansies and Bambis, and such, what's the word I'm looking for?
I mean, you already had Pambi and Bambi.
Snowflakes. Yeah, snowflakes.
You could have called them a Mambi Pambi Bambi.
All right, with a snowflake tattoo. All right, 7:15 at the MJ Morning Show. We start an hour and 20 minutes of non-stop MJ next. Hey, I've got a direct message that came in last night from somebody that wants to thank the MJ Morning Show for something, and I thought this was really, really important. At 8:30 this morning, so during our 1 hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ, we've got a listener named Kim that wants to call in and ask help getting a kidney. Yeah, so we'll have her on at 8:30 this morning and see if we can somehow help her get a donor kidney. All right, there's a lot of stuff that's coming up. Fester, I need to listen to your voice when we get back.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a new way that listening to somebody's voice, you can diagnose something very, very serious. So I want to see if you have it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna diagnose you next in just a bit.
Thank you, Dr. MJ.
All right, this is just scratching the surface. You know what? We never talked about the rental story. We got to get to that coming. I mean, there was allegedly a little scandal at one of those secondhand clothing places where if one person brings in something, they either get denied or get no money at all or very little. If somebody else brings in the same stuff, they suddenly get paid more. All right, this is interesting. All right, hold on. All of that is on the way in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Stand by. My friends at Westfall Roofing are going to whip your roof into shape.
Pump up the MJ, pump up the MJ. Brothers and sisters, pump up the MJ. Pump up the MJ, pump up the MJ.
All right, 7:25 at the MJ Morning Show. MJ and the crew, Fester, you were not in the room for this. Roxanne is not back yet. Roxanne is, I don't know what the hell she's doing, but we're starting an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ right now. Roxanne hung in the room for a while during the commercial break, and she told me this story about her daughter, her 7-year-old. If they don't get this kid under control, I mean, it's going to be a big, big problem.
All right.
The kid is trying to do some kind of role play deal in the house, pretending that she's like a restaurateur at dinner time, and that she's taking people at the hostess stand for reservations in their house.
Okay.
And they got to follow a script, and if they don't, the kid is yelling and screaming. Where the hell is Roxanne?
Sounds like the kid's going to be a future a movie producer.
Hey, Andrew, can you find Roxanne, please? Can you see if she's voice tracking across the hall, please? All right, can you yank her out of there? Tell her.
Midday show's live. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Andrew, where's Rox? What the hell is she doing here?
She'll be here in a minute.
All right, so I'm refraining from saying, man, you need to put a shock collar on this kid. But it's insanity. All right, 7:26 at the MJ Morning Show. Yeah, I want to tell the story, and she's nowhere to be found.
Listen, it's all right. First of all, things that some families think are cute in their own house, other people think are weird.
All right, this is. I saw a story. Trying to think where I saw this thing, but I have seen over the years inappropriate T-shirts. Have you ever seen a T-shirt in public and you're like, why the hell are they reading that? I remember
wearing that
wearing
They're
that.
trying to get a response out of somebody. They're trying to get an emotion. We had a friend of ours drop off a T-shirt for me, and there was a joke on it, and he thought it was hysterical, but it was so foul that I couldn't. I never wore the T-shirt, and he thought it was hysterical, and he for some reason he thought of me when he saw it, and he gave it to me as a present. I'm like, I'm never going to wear that. I ended up throwing it away.
Yeah. So the latest that I saw was like parents were outraged because some guy was wearing a Pornhub T-shirt, like at a zoo. A lot of families at a zoo, and the guy's got a Pornhub T-shirt on.
That's one of the more mild ones, folks.
But I've seen, what have I seen? I was on an airplane once. I was on some flight somewhere. I probably Delta, JetBlue, Southwest. I'm on a flight, and I'm already seated, and here's a guy coming down the aisle, and he has this huge image of Trump on his T-shirt, and Trump has like this angry face, and he's got a big old middle finger extended. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, come on, dude. Listen, I'm not getting political here. I mean, that's not appropriate to walk around in public. So you gotta just, I guess, be courteous of people. You go to a zoo, you got families and kids, and you guys walking around with a Pornhub T-shirt. I can understand why a mother was really aggravated and angry.
Maybe you walk away from that guy, Mom.
Because of that.
Some of this also falls under Welcome to America.
All right, so Roxanne, we were back for 3 minutes before you came into the studio.
Is it okay if Fester comes in a little late, but when Roxanne's late, ooh, alarms, alarm, alarm, alarm.
Well, no, because I wanted you in here because I was talking about your out of control kid, and you got to get this under control.
Okay, let's get some parenting advice from MJ now. I share that with you because it's content, so we can talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And here we are, and I'm talking about it. So your kid is pretending at dinner time that she's running a restaurant in your house.
Yes.
And you have to go to the host.
Acquiesce.
You got to go to the hostess stand and say you're here for the rest. And if you guys don't follow her script, she throws a tantrum.
Meltdown.
She has a. All right, give me an example.
Okay, so last night we had the cozy kitchen. And so I made dinner. This is the restaurant. This is the name of the restaurant.
The whole family's playing a game.
Yes, we're playing along.
The name of your daughter's restaurant is, does she change the name?
Yeah, occasionally.
Is it sometimes like Salmonella Sally's?
Yeah, sometimes she comes up with Salmonella Sally's.
Oh, wait, when you said change the name, I thought you meant like cozy with a K, like cozy kitchen.
Yeah. No, it's like
Listeria Linda's restaurant?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So last night was what? Cozy kitchen?
Cozy kitchen. So she sits in this little like nook area in the kitchen. And so I have to go up first. And she gives me like a wedding. She gave me a wedding invitation that she found stuck somewhere. She goes, okay, this is your reservation. Hand it to me. Walk up and say you have a reservation. So I walk up and I'm like, hi, I have a reservation. And she goes, is anyone else with you? And I'm like, yes, my family over here. She goes, no, start over. Start over.
What do you mean start over?
Because that's not what she wanted me to say.
So wait, you were just what, by yourself? You were just a one top?
She wanted me to arrive first.
Okay.
Say party of 4, but the rest of my party hadn't arrived yet.
Oh, wait a minute. And was she going to say, I'm sorry, I can't seat you until your entire party arrives? Was she playing that game? Don't you hate that? Don't you?
Yeah.
Let's say you've got 4 people, or you got a 6 top, you got a reservation for 6 or whatever. 4 are there, you're waiting on 2, and some place like, nope, we can't seat you until the entire party is here. What are you talking about? Let me sit my ass down. All right, come on. I hate that. My wife and I arrive. We're waiting for our other 2 friends. We know they're going to be there in a few minutes. No, I'm sorry. We need to wait for the entire party until you're seated. Why? Come on, why are you making my life difficult? It's that much skin off your teeth?
Yeah, we're going to
show me to my table?
We're going to sit down, order drinks, relax. Yeah.
Come on. All right, listen. Your daughter, I'm telling you.
Let me finish.
Get a handle on this, because if she's yelling and screaming like some maniacal crazed director.
Yeah, she's going to end up being a morning show host.
Exactly. What did I tell you when I told you this story off air? I said, she kind of reminds me of someone I know.
Get out of here.
Yes,
you. Which directors have like a reputation of being maniacs on the set? Isn't like James Cameron one of those?
Yeah.
Or, maniacs on the set.
I feel like in dance movies, there's always like this crazy like Broadway director who's like, do it from the top, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You people are idiots. It's like you've never rehearsed this. What's the matter with you? Can we please get you morons to do this scene correctly?
Yeah.
All right. So she's yelling at you if
Yes.
you don't follow her script.
Yes. So I am
In the fake restaurant.
In the fake restaurant.
In Cozy Kitchen.
the food is getting cold, by the way.
What was the dinner last night?
what was the fare?
Yeah, what
Steak
was-
and potatoes.
Steak
So it was
and
just like steak, potatoes, and some fruit salad.
Who
me.
did the cooking?
I did cauliflower. It's very healthy.
And what steak did you have?
Filet
So I typed.
Prime or choice?
prime.
You got prime fillets?
Yeah.
$30 a pound?
Yeah.
All right.
We do it right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
so
so I typed in difficult directors into the Google.
yeah.
Michael Bay, James Cameron, Stanley Kubrick, Francis Ford Coppola, Quentin Tarantino, and Evelyn Jade.
There they are. They're there.
They're at the bottom.
But it gets worse. It gets worse. So I am compliant. I'm going with the script. And then Doug and Daviana, they are just making a mockery of this whole thing. So every time.
Wait a minute. They're trying to get her to melt down?
Yes, they
Hold
are.
on. Your younger daughter and your husband, Doug, Doug,
Yes.
trying to
Yes.
get your 7-year-old to melt down?
So Doug, I mean, they're just not following script at all. And then Doug sneaks around the corner, grabs our DJ Kitty, like, he has one of those big cat heads from the Rays. He puts that on and arrives at the restaurant with a DJ Kitty mask on. And she
Is that not dress?
loses it.
That's not dress code at the Cozy Kitchen?
No.
Sounds like the Cozy Kitchen would be down for that.
She's like, stop it.
No masks!
I know. But we finally got it. We sat down. But the weirdest thing is she'll have the screaming, and then she'll be like, hi, welcome to Cozy Kitchen. How can I help you? And then when we finally did it right after the 10th take, we had a lovely dinner.
Hold on. You had to go through this 10 times until you got the script right in her head?
I mean, between all of us, it was more like 4
I'm
times.
telling you,
Yeah.
you're breeding a monster here.
It sounds a lot like
Right.
you. She has a vision. Doug and I talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
She has a vision in her head, and she has how she wants it to be laid out. Now, that is not life. So we need to work on that.
Yeah,
However,
yeah. Sounds like she's not going to be very flexible, and
She's not flexible.
She's going to be
Again.
at a store. She's going to be at a real, and she's going to have a She's going to be
Okay.
like 28 years old, and she's going to be melting down.
No, here's the thing. She is an angel in school and in any setting outside of our home. So this is a part of
That
her
could snap like
that I allow her to
that could snap
express.
like Cujo at any time.
I mean, listen,
Yeah.
I think a lot of kids are like that. They come
Yes.
home, they're hellions. At school, they're angels. The teacher says,
Yeah.
"Oh, it's such a pleasure
Yeah.
to have your son in my class," and he
My-
comes home and he's like, "Moo."
My teachers are like, she always does the right thing. She models behavior so well. Other kids follow her. She knows what to do in public. In private, I let her express herself. We all have, none of us have perfect personalities. You can get that aspect out at home usually, and you get yours out in here.
All right, I'll tell you what. I've got an idea for her for the next restaurant. So the next
Okay.
meal,
Yes.
I want you to tell her that she is the owner of Crotch Scratchers.
I'm not going to teach
I-
my children that language.
Because the chefs in the back just scratching their crotch while they're making your food. It's crotch
That's
scratchers.
gross.
Don't send anything back.
I
ever.
think, Roxanne, it just sounds like you got a big old.
It's fun. Once we were all seated, Cozy Kitchen was a 5-star
You-
place.
Wait till
the
she's,
food was cold.
Wait
but,
till she's 11 or 12. She's really going to be running your lives. She's going to be running
Yeah.
you guys
All right.
ragged.
Well, we'll circle back on that.
Tell me if you guys agree with this. And well, you know what? This is really a woman thing. So maybe Roxanne is the only.
I prefer a gender neutral show.
Well,
I mean, this is really ridiculous.
but-
this is a woman thing. No, it's a person thing. Let's talk about it. Come on.
I saw.
You're not sure how
This
I
is a-
identify, so come on.
This is a woman thing,
Give it to me right
Roxanne.
now.
We
Yeah.
think you are.
Yeah.
I want to know what you think of this, but it really, this is really more of a female thing. So I might need to supplement.
How sexist is this?
I might need to supplement Roxanne's take on this with maybe some calls from women. I want to know if this is true or false. You have a notes app, right, on your phone, and you keep.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Now, you might not be in this game anymore, or I don't know, maybe you are, and it's more marriage related. But this woman claims that every single woman has this note in their app, in their notes app. And this is more of, I think, of a boyfriend-girlfriend type of relationship situation. And this woman says that this is 100% true. You might not want to admit it, but every woman does this, and it's something that they have written in their notes app on their phone or wherever they keep notes. And what it is breakup language.
Interesting.
It's the language that a woman has written. So I guess it's more of the dating world.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
Versus being married. And the claim is that every woman, and they might not want to admit it initially, but they have it, that if you're like in the dating world, boyfriend, girlfriend situation, that women have already pre-written or have notes or a basic form of a breakup text ready to go.
Like a template?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, not
a breakup text template?
Yeah, it sounds like
language. Like
yeah, that's a template.
They've already written like the text they would send to break up with their boyfriend.
Like, dear, insert name here.
Yes, like.
I think you're wonderful, but it's just not blank.
So this woman is a relationship columnist. Her name is Jana Hocking, and I've seen crap from her. I've seen her name, bandied about before. And she says, it sounds a little ridiculous, but it is true.
Yeah, to say every woman has it, it's ridiculous. Dr. Hocking.
Roxanne, now, did you ever have a breakup text ready to go when you were dating?
No, because I've been with Doug for 16 years.
Yeah, so you might be you might be out of that universe.
Yeah.
All right, so we might need to go to phones on this and ask women that are dating right now.
I can tell you I've gotten in fights with him.
Let me give out the phone number.
Okay,
Hold on one sec. 800-990-1047. 800-99. Thanks for permission from giving out the phone.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You're allowed.
800-990-1047. So I'd like to know if you're a woman.
Give it out again.
And you're in the dating world, you have a boyfriend, do you have a breakup text or some form, or do you have the makings? Have you kind of pieced together? Do you have a breakup text? This relationship expert says this is 100% true. She says it's the one thing that every woman has in their notes app or wherever they keep notes on their phone, that they have like a pre-written or thoughts or ideas, the construction of the basic form of a breakup text for your boyfriend. Is this true or false? I need dating women to let me. This relationship expert says every single woman has this. Is this true or false? Right now, let's go. 800-990-1047. Is this true or false? Is this factual? Is this crap? She's saying guaranteed 100% all women have a breakup text pre-written. Yes or no? Let's go. 800-990-1047. Because Roxanne's a little out of the dating world, dating universe here.
Honestly, it sounds like this influencer, doctor, social expert who said this seems like they're a little bit out of it. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. That's why I'm floating our listeners calling in to tell me, have you ever heard of this? If it's not you, do you have a friend that...
Who keeps the template of an email of anything? And how long are these texts anyway? When you dump somebody over text, is it a long narrative? Is it a big missive? Is it a novella?
I mean, sometimes I'll write texts, like not recently because I just don't have time with the family, but before Doug and I had kids, if we got into an argument or something, I would write a text out, have it in my phone, and think about sending it when the time was right.
Like a tersely worded text?
Yes.
And you just save it?
Yes.
Right, well,
so I could go back and reread it and say, hey, do I need to tone this down?
Andrew is screening all the lines right now. Let me start with Trisha in Zephyr Hills. Trisha, welcome to the MJ Morning Show. I guess, first of all, are you dating right now?
I am, off and on when I have time.
Trisha, how old are you?
I just turned 60 and I'm adorable.
All right, Trisha, this relationship expert says every single woman has a pre-written breakup text. Do you?
I don't think. Yeah, she shouldn't be a specialist at all. I know many women and friends of mine that we don't have that. We think it's more personal. If you meet somebody, it doesn't work out, then you tell them why. You send them a text to them, personal text.
All right, so you're saying absolutely not. You have no breakup text.
No, absolutely not.
All
And
right.
nobody I know that's in the dating world does.
All right, so
My
you
friends
you think this relationship expert Jana Hocking is full of bleep?
I don't know who she's talking to because
Yeah.
I don't have it and my friends don't have it, so
All right.
I've never even heard of it.
There you have it. Thank you, Trish. Appreciate it. Let me grab Kim in Winter Haven. Kim, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Good morning. How are you?
Kim, do you have a breakup text? I assume you're dating now?
Yes.
You have a boyfriend?
Absolutely not.
What?
Yes. Absolutely not.
All right, so you do not have a pre-written breakup text. So what the hell is this relationship expert talking about?
Malarkey.
Or is she talking to
Maybe-
women who motor through so many
the
guys?
Maybe the new generation might, but I know I don't. None of my friends have, and I never even wrote it down when I used pencil and paper.
All right, thanks for the call. All right, so far it's 2 calls and 2 say no. Kim, thanks for checking in. I appreciate it.
Maybe that lady's trying to get clicks.
Casey in Sarasota. Casey, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Casey, are you dating right now?
Yes and no.
Hold on. Sort of. All right, Casey, so when you date, do you have a breakup text for the guy you're dating ready to go in your notes on your phone?
So, what did you say the therapist's name was? Janet?
Jana Hocking.
Okay, so come on, that's so close to Haktua, right? So it's like, hey, Janet, you should Haktua on your notes. I mean, come on, that's so
I thought the same thing.
right?
Awesome. Yeah, I was like, any relation to Haktua?
Jana Hoctua.
Casey, that's hysterical.
I love it. All right.
No, I think you're already kind of manifesting negative. Pull that up. I think you're almost already manifesting negativity with a breakup. How about we make it like a positive text?
Yeah, go in optimistically. Hopefully this will work out.
All right. So I got 3 women in a row. I got 3 women in a row saying BS. Well, hold on.
Exactly.
Casey, thanks for calling in. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it. Why do I have a guy? I have a guy on the Billy from Largo.
Yeah, you have Billy because much like myself, he prefers a gender-neutral show as well.
All right, we stop it. Billy, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
How's it going, everybody?
All right, so Billy, what do you have to say about this?
So, my wife and I go to counselor, and if I don't go to the notes page when stuff happens in the relationship, I inevitably will forget it when I get to the counselor. So I have to write down how I'm feeling at the time. That way, when I get to the counselor, I can express that, or else when I get to the counselor, usually you get so frustrated you forget what you want to say.
All right, so you guys are having problems?
No, it's there to make sure the problems don't get bigger.
Yeah, a lot of healthy relationships go to counseling.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Hold on.
Not everybody just has the silent treatment.
Wait a sec. So you're saying that it's common for people that are having no problems to go for counseling just to try to make sure that there aren't any problems down the road?
Well, no, but the problems may be small, but if you don't go, they fester and they get bigger.
I don't appreciate that.
That's why.
Is that a dig?
That's why Fester's named Fester, because things.
That's why they call it fester, right?
things fester.
Yeah, but a lot of relationships that are healthy go to counseling just to like a little wellness check.
All right, Billy, in your
Yeah,
relationship,
it's
which
not
you say is pretty good, give me an example of something that you dislike, or give me an example of something that's come up in the counseling session with you and your significant other.
Well, I think like most marriages, what the problem usually is finances. You know, so you have a financial issue and you don't see eye to eye on it. So you got to kind of go in and have a mediator.
All right. So, Billy, how long you been together now?
7 years.
All right. And you think it's for the long term, long haul? You going to make it?
100%.
All right. And you guys go to counseling once a week?
No, maybe 3 times a year as needed.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, did you say you were married or
Married. 7
married?
years.
Okay.
7 years.
7
Married,
years.
yes,
7
sir.
years. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And
Not 7 years.
Billy,
married,
do me a favor. Billy, what was the last complaint that your wife had about you during the last counseling session?
Oh boy, not doing chores around the house enough.
What, like laundry or dishes?
Yes, yeah, specifically.
And you guys are paying what, $200 an hour for this?
No, it's about 125.
All right, whatever. All right, Billy, thanks for the call. All right, I'm going to take 2 more, and I got to move on here.
MJ's mind is blown right now that healthy relationships go to counseling.
Why do you go to counseling if you don't have a problem?
Yeah.
I'm seriously.
Maybe you go there before you have a problem.
I would take the money and buy scratch-off lottery tickets.
Why do you go to a doctor's appointment if you don't have cancer?
All right,
I mean, it's-
Ella in St. Pete. Ella, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. So are you dating? Do you have a boyfriend?
Yes, we just celebrated 3 years.
All right, so relationship expert Jana Hocking, a columnist, says that all women have a breakup text that they formulated, and it's sitting in the note app on their phone. Do you, yes or no?
No, I'm not sure she knows any women.
All right,
I don't know
this relationship expert might be the worst relationship expert ever.
Ever.
I think we're in the wrong careers. I guess you can say anything and be a relationship expert.
Ella, how old are you?
24.
All right, you're 24. You've been in a relationship for 3 years?
Yeah, crazy.
All right, and things are going smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 24. You've never heard of, none of your girlfriends have breakup texts as far as you know?
Literally nobody I know.
All right,
Never.
yeah. I think this, we need to get her on the show and just excoriate her. All right, thank you, Ella. Do you listen to us every day, Ella?
I do, actually.
I appreciate that. And do me a favor, spread the word to all of your friends. The MJ Morning Show is the best morning entertainment in the Tampa Bay market on 104.7 FM. Thanks, Ella.
I agree. Will do. Have a good one.
Look at that. She even agrees with my propaganda. All right, Nicole and Sarah. Last call on this. Nicole, final say. Nicole, are you dating?
I am married,
Oh, you're married. Okay.
and I think the whole note in the phone thing is absolute BS.
Yeah.
If you can't say something to somebody to their face, then what the hell are you there with them for?
I'll tell you what, every single call is saying no on this.
Not one agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't say something to you to your face, then what's the point of me being with you?
Nicole, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, this relationship expert. Hey, find this relationship expert's phone number or email address, and we need to let her have it. We need to just call her out and say she's absolutely full of.
She's full of it. Not one person agreed.
Not
I'm glad
one.
that Billy and his wife doesn't see this woman for counseling.
Guys, there's a rumor floating around which is tragic.
Oh, no. What is it?
There is a rumor floating around which absolutely 100% will deserve the... The rumor floating around is that... Hold on to something tight here, folks. The rumor is that Capri Sun is going to phase out the pouches.
Why?
You know what? I stopped buying Capri Sun. Not that I overly care about the environment, but it's so much litter.
Well, dude,
Over the Capri Sun.
And what? What about a plastic bottle or a
All that
glass
stuff.
bottle or an aluminum can? Will you stop drinking? Is that you're going to stop drinking?
We send the kids with refillable cups
Right.
to school every day.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a package of Gatorades at the house, and there was so many bottles. I'm like, these are going to live in a landfill forever. And
No, you recycle them, and hopefully
they don't get
you know-
recycled.
Well, hang on, we've talked about this. Hopefully, you live in a municipality where everything.
I don't. I live in Hillsborough County.
Right. Well, it does. I put out the recyclables every Tuesday in my neighborhood.
Yeah, they pick them up.
All right. Well, again, we've talked about this over the years that there have been some scandals over the years where recycling companies don't actually recycle. I believe that in Hillsborough, I believe it actually does happen.
A percentage might. You think 100% of the stuff you throw in that recycling bin gets recycled? Your city of Tampa.
I'm hoping that the bulk of the cardboard. Listen, people are getting, I don't know, 18 boxes a week from Amazon and cardboard delivered to their house. I'm hoping that the bulk of the cardboard gets recycled, the plastic and glass bottles get recycled. But I know that there have been scams and scandals where counties or cities have had these recycling companies, and they're paying a fortune for the recycling, and some have been busted in just throwing it in the landfill and never recycling.
Yeah.
So that has existed. Hey, the plastic bags, you know how some of the big box stores and supermarkets, they'll have the plastic bag recycle bin at the store, so you can bring your old plastic one-time use grocery bags back, get them recycled. There was a whole investigative report that was done within the last couple of years. Some TV station did this, and they put Apple AirTags. They got a whole giant wad of these plastic grocery store bags. So a whole bundle, they got 50 of them all scrunched together, and they hid an Apple AirTag in, and they tracked their pile of bags that they deposited in the bin at the supermarket, which were supposed to be recycled. And the supermarkets will pay a third-party company to come pick these up and recycle. And there were just a number of these pickups in different areas, and I think they did different cities. And I think they worked with some sister TV stations, and they found that a good deal of these plastic bags weren't going anywhere near recycling places, that they were just getting thrown in the regular trash. So you got a supermarket chain that might be paying a company to come pick up all these plastic bags to get recycled.
Yep, just dumping them.
They're just putting them in a dumpster. They're going into the landfill.
All right, so why is Capri Sun getting rid of the pouches? Because they're so hard to open? You have to have laser precision to spear it?
Yeah, that is true.
This is if you get rid of the pouches, this is going to ruin childhoods across the country.
Just ruin the experience.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Capri Sun's got to have a pouch. And that straw that you're trying to jam in that little hole there, it won't poke. I can't get it in. I can't poke it.
Impossible.
I'm trying to poke. Trying to poke it. Yeah, well, I mean, there was nothing better. I mean, you're a kid. You got the Capri Sun. They love at lunch, or you're at summer camp and mom packed a Capri Sun for you. Anyway, there are reports that they're going to do away with it. I guess they're thinking about changing to bottles. Yeah, and Capri Sun is going to be coming in bottles. So I guess if you don't like poking the straw, you're going to have the option of a bottle.
Yeah, Fester, it doesn't say why.
Yeah, it doesn't say. And again, as stated, the bottles have been prepared for distribution. No official announcement has come from Capri Sun yet. Just a lot of rumors. The company has prepared the beverage not just for 12-ounce individual bottles, but also 96-ounce bottles for the fridge.
Who wants a big bottle of Capri Sun?
So what we know that apparently they're working on bottles, but what we don't know is, are they discontinuing the pouches as well?
For that serving size.
Yeah, they might sell them alongside. It's unclear.
We don't know. Just the rumor is that the Capri Sun is going to start coming in bottles and not just the pouches. Yeah. Hey, do you know what a gummy bear mom is? Anyone ever hear the term? This is new. It seems that every week we've got these new terms.
Labels.
Yeah.
Does it have to do with a larger lady?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Does it have to do with just gummies in general?
Oh, and let me just point out here that we're going to play the Inflation Smasher in just a matter of minutes. It's 7:56 right now at the MJ Morning Show. And sometime after 8 o'clock, we're only minutes away from 8 o'clock, so sometime after 8, we'll give you the phone number, tell you what caller to be, and if you are that caller, you'll get to play the MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher, and you got a shot to win up to $1,000. And once you get through, if you're the right caller, you're guaranteed money, and it's never going to be less than $500. The Inflation Smasher's on the way in minutes. Stand by to play. Yeah, a gummy. Think about this. Are you a gummy bear mom? What do you think a gummy bear mom is? This is a term that's given to this type of mother.
Squishy mom.
See, that's why I thought a large lady.
Gives a lot of hugs.
So
Gummies don't hug you. Sticky.
Somebody who's always has snacks in their kids' hands.
Oh, all right. Fester.
Okay.
Look, Fester's getting good at
It's a
guessing.
good guess.
Yeah. A gummy bear mom is a parent that will let their kids essentially gorge on prepackaged snacks. So if you're constantly giving your kids like these processed prepackaged snacks in the individual packages, that's what's being called a gummy bear mom instead of more healthy, thoughtful snacks. If you're always just, taking the easy way out, you're just giving your kids all this, manufactured, pre-made, prepackaged snacks, that terminology is now being used to describe that mother that's sort of taking the easy way out and just, going to Sam's or Costco or BJ's and just getting a big old box of snacks or, whatever it might be. And that's a gummy bear mom. The gummy bear mom is one who does the Costco run. The pantry is stocked. The fridge is stocked with all of these prepackaged items. So that's the new term for that type of a mother. You're a gummy bear mom if you're kind of, and in many cases, these are relatively unhealthy options, right? A lot of processed stuff.
You know what happened to me the other day? I was with my kids and Doug had acquiesced and bought fruit roll-ups for them. Daviana wanted fruit roll-ups and he bought some. And first thing I do, I grab that thing and I do my Yucca app. And of course, it's like a 2 out of 100. Really low score.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, this is a treat. This is not going to be, we're at a pool party. I said, this is not a thing. You can have one as a treat. So I hand one to Daviana. I hand one to Evelyn. I look back at Daviana. I didn't think that she'd never eaten a fruit roll-up before. She's just eating the roll.
Eating the plastic?
Eating the plastic.
Good, that'll teach her. It's like, Mom, these are awful.
All right. So are you a gummy bear mom or are you an almond mom? The gummy bear mom, again, just giving the kids the easy stuff, easy way out. Prepackaged snacks, the baked goods, like Twinkies and Ding Dongs, candy. You're a gummy bear mom, and if you're giving your kids more healthy options, that name is you're an almond mom.
An almond mom.
Yeah, an almond mom, like giving the kids more healthy snacks. Yeah, you get a whole bunch of almonds and you put them in a little Ziploc or a little snack baggie.
Your kids hate you if you're an almond mom.
See, I have one almond kid and one gummy bear kid.
One likes healthy.
My daughter, she'll go for an apple or a banana or a handful of nuts or something healthy every time.
Yeah.
And then my son, he's just a dumpster. He'll take whatever.
Hey, Festa, keep talking. I want to see if you have it.
Okay. So listen, speaking of my son who's the dumpster.
Are you an M&M dad? Do you just have M&Ms and candies in your pocket?
No, I can't have candies in my pocket because I eat them too fast. So I guess I'm an M&M consumer.
Well, where I'm heading now, you're talking about eating all kinds of candy. I mean, this is very fitting.
Okay.
And I told you to keep talking.
Right.
Because I did tease something.
Well, you wanted me to talk to see if you could diagnose something?
There's a new item that I saw that researchers are saying that just listening to somebody's voice might be able to diagnose a serious ailment.
Shouldn't you go to some degree of medical school or something before you start diagnosing ailments?
No. Listen to this. New research is suggesting that your voice may reveal if you have type 2 diabetes.
How about my belly tell you that I have type 2 diabetes? How about that? Huh? How about the fact that I'm 100 pounds overweight?
Listen to this. Researchers have discovered a surprising link between blood sugar levels and the pitch of your voice.
Is it supposed to get deeper or higher?
Listen to this. The study published in Scientific Reports found that as blood glucose levels rise, so does the fundamental frequency of a person's voice. In other words, the pitch gets slightly higher.
What are you talking about? This is insane. This is the dumbest research I've ever heard in my life. My voice doesn't get higher because I have type 2 diabetes? Where are you getting this schlock science from? This is incredible. I can't believe I'm sitting here for this.
I tell you what,
What is this, MJ's no-pay, co-pay clinic over here? He's talking to a microphone, and he starts diagnosing high-pitched ailments.
Is that as high as you can go?
Yeah. Well, we know Shaq and Cajun Fester do not have diabetes.
It's a different end of the spectrum. I don't know what's going on. Where's my insulin pen?
How's your eyesight?
Hey, what about that commercial for the drug?
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day start.
You know what?
It was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
I'll tell you right now. I don't have type 2 diabetes, but I love that jingle.
Yeah.
And I love the women running around in their tight polyester outfits and everything.
This commercial hasn't aired for a while.
Yeah. Oh, now they have a guy doing it. Yeah, now,
Okay.
Yeah, now they have a guy doing the Jardiance commercial. But, I just I find myself, that jingle gets in my head, and I'm singing the damn Jardiance commercial. I want to take Jardiance, and I don't even have type 2 diabetes.
I want to get diabetes just to take Jardiance so I can meet this diabetes.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell.
Anyway, so the higher your voice, your pitch might determine if you have type 2 diabetes, according to new research.
That is
Interesting.
crazy, I tell you.
I want to take some phone calls. Before we do the contest, we are going to do the MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher in minutes. So you'll have a chance to call in. Don't call in yet for the contest. I'll make it very clear when to call in. I want to know if this is accurate. This popped up everywhere. I mean, as I was doing prep, I was seeing this story all over the place. You name this was on all these websites. I saw this headline that 80% of Americans are too tired to cook dinner when they get home. Is that true?
It's a lot easier to get takeout, that's for sure.
All right. Nearly 80% of Americans are too tired when they get home to cook dinner, and some fall asleep while cooking dinner.
Oh, that's safe.
That's dangerous. Can you imagine you got some oil heating up on the stove, you fall asleep, next thing you know, oh my God! Son of a kitchen's on fire! Oh my God! Holy crap! Get the fire extinguisher! Next thing you know, you got $49,000 worth of damage to your kitchen.
I mean, what are you cooking that you're falling asleep? You put chicken nuggets in the air fryer for 8 minutes, you may nod off, but then the air fryer wakes you up.
All right, is this true? Come on. 8 in 10 Americans are too tired to cook themselves a real meal after they get home from work. 2,000 people were surveyed. It's 77% saying that there are many days after work, they're too exhausted to cook.
Who's the cook in your house?
I want to know if...
I mean, in a couple, there's usually one person's the cook.
I mostly cook.
Yeah.
Like last night was a joint venture. Julian's home until he goes back for his beginning of his sophomore year this weekend. So Julian made some requests. So he wanted some of his favorites. So Michelle made this pork tenderloin last night, and there's this whole concoction with brown sugar and Tabasco. And,
all right.
And it's delicious, fantastic. So Michelle did the pork. She did the prep. I did the cooking to get it to a perfect 140, a rest time to bring that thing up in temp, and then I slice it up. So, but Michelle did the original prep.
But generally speaking, do you cook dinner or does Michelle?
No, I do.
Okay.
I do most of the cooking. I did the Brussels sprouts. I've got a great Brussels sprouts recipe with some blanching, some shallots.
Remind me never to come over. Oh,
what are you
Brussels sprouts give me gas. Oh, man.
All right,
that's awful. I stay away from Brussels sprouts.
All right, I want to know, before I do the contest, don't call for the contest yet. I just want to take a couple of calls. So we were able to dispel that relationship story about, half an hour ago?
Right.
As total BS, with that relationship expert saying that the majority of women or every woman has a breakup text for their boyfriend already formulated in their notes in their phone. And every caller said that's crap. No, don't believe in that. All right, I would like to know, true or false, you get home from work and you are too tired to even cook dinner. Is this true or false? Because they're claiming 77% of Americans claim that multiple times a week that they get home from work and they're too tired, and some will actually fall asleep while dinner's cooking. Is this true or false? Are you too tired to cook dinner when you get home from work? And what the hell is going on at work that you're so freaking...
It's a long day. I mean, you get home at 6, 7 o'clock at night sometimes.
800-990-1047. Let me just grab a couple of calls here, and then we'll move on. We'll do the money contest in just a matter of minutes. The inflation smasher is on the way momentarily. But, sir, I want to know, is this true? You're too tired to cook when you get home from work? Yes or no? 800-990-1047. And have you ever fallen asleep? Have you ever burnt the house down? All right. Did you ever have to get skin grafts because the whole place was on fire while you're snoozing on the sofa and the kitchen's on fire? All right. 800-990-1047. Yes or no? True or false? 800-99 and what is it? A fifth. 20% in this survey. 20% said that they fell asleep while cooking dinner. Can you imagine? You got like some roast in the oven or some chicken in the oven, and this thing, it just gets burnt to it turns into the turkey like in Christmas Vacation.
Charred up.
All right, phones are loading up here, and I'll go through like one round of calls, and then we'll go to the cash deal. Sarah in Largo. Sarah, MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Morning. How's everybody doing?
We're great.
So, yes, I am a lot of times too tired to cook. My daughter's in high school, and right now she's doing football cheer, competitive cheer. I don't usually pick up my son until 5 o'clock, so a lot of times we don't get home until almost 6 o'clock. And when you're leaving at 7:30 in the morning to drop your son off, go to work all day, get home, it's tiring. That's one thing you don't want to think about. I've never fallen asleep, but, yeah, sometimes we just get stuff from BJ's to easy throw together.
Yeah, that was my next question is what then if you're not cooking and you're too tired, what are you getting? So you're just running in and getting some pre-made stuff? What are you going, like getting a rotisserie chicken, or what are you doing?
Usually I will do like frozen meatballs, pasta, and then just the pasta sauce in the jar because you're too tired to even think, okay, what do I want to put together? What do I want to cook? And you don't have time to spend an hour making something.
I get it. So you're taking the kids to school early. You go to work all day. Then you got all these activities afterward. What do you do for a living, Sarah? What kind of work?
I work at a 55 and over mobile home park in the office.
Gotcha. And, man, I'll tell you what, those 55-plussers will run you freaking ragged, man.
They do call a lot, but I do love what I do.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. Roxanne in Tampa. Roxanne, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi, Roxanne.
Good morning.
Say hello to our other Roxanne from Tampa sitting right across from me.
Hi.
Hello, my other Roxanne.
Hi, Roxanne. There aren't many of us.
Yeah, you guys should start a club.
No, there are not many of us.
I like it that way.
We're pretty special.
Yep.
All right, so you too tired to cook dinner when you get home from work?
I'm kind of along with the same lady. Like, I have to leave at 7 a.m. to get my son to school, and then I work until 5, and then I get, by the time I get him, it's like we've got a 6 o'clock either therapy or sports or activity or something, and then by the time we get home, it's like 7, and I'm just like shoving something in his face so that I can get him in the bath and get him read to and get him in bed.
Well, listen, this is 2 in a row now that are saying that they're in agreement with this 77%, nearly 80% of Americans are too tired to cook. Roxanne, have you ever fallen asleep on the couch, like in the living room while stuff is cooking?
No, my son is 6. There is no way he would allow me to do that.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, so he's a little fire marshal then. All right, thank you, Roxanne. Have a great day.
Bye.
Chris in Ybor. Chris, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Chris, are you too tired to cook when you get home from work?
I used to be. It turns out I had sleep apnea, and I didn't know that until I was diagnosed by a doctor, and that was a game changer, getting a CPAP machine.
Oh, wow. So you had apnea, so that's why you were tired?
I mean, I would be absolutely like dog tired after like 8, 10, 12 hours of sleep, going to work, come back. I fall asleep and I'd have to have the Instapot wake me up.
Wow. So essentially, you were not getting good sleep because of the apnea.
Correct.
And you had to wear like a Top Gun fighter pilot mask?
Yeah, now I do.
All right.
I don't mind it at all, though.
All right. What type of work do you do, Chris?
Software developer.
I thought maybe you were like a jackhammer operator and you were just all tired from that.
That's fair.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Scott and Brandon. Scott, are you one of the nearly 80% of Americans that are too tired to cook when they get home from work?
I am not, MJ. Now, I don't have small children at home. I'm a 62. I'm a retired school teacher. I still work. But, no, not only do I cook for myself, I cook for my dogs as well. So, and I'm a valet. So I do anywhere between 24,000 steps a day and 8 to 10 miles a day. So, by the time I get home, I'm tired, but I'm not too tired to cook.
All right, Scott, thanks for the call. All right, Scott's one of the first here to say he's not too tired. Melissa in Port Richey. Melissa, are you too tired? Andrew, no more calls because I'm going to do the inflation smasher in a second. Melissa, go ahead. You're on the MJ Morning Show.
Yes, I am too tired when I come home. I've actually...
Oh, my God. It sounds like you're about to fall asleep on the phone right now. It sounds like you're tired right now.
Well, I might be.
Sounds like you're ass dragging right now, Melissa. Sounds like your eyes are all droopy.
I'm weaving all over the road. Yep.
That's great. Oh, here comes Melissa. Oh,
Yeah, everyone out of my way.
my God. She's sideswiping cars right now. If you just got hit by Melissa, call the Kemp Law Group. Kemp Law. Anyway, Melissa, go ahead.
No, I've actually had food on the stove and fallen asleep. And
we have our first call. So you have fallen asleep while cooking?
Yes. I'm not proud of it, but yes.
And what was it and what happened?
It was a pasta dish that I put on the stove and was stirring it, and next thing you know, burnt all on the bottom. Even ruined the pan.
Oh, my God.
You had to throw the pan away?
Yes, I did.
Oh, my God. I mean, did the smoke detector go off?
That's what woke me up.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The smoke detector woke you up?
Yes, sir. Yes, it did.
Oh, man. All right.
And I had to get the smoke out of the house. I mean, it was just horrible.
What do you do for a living? What job were you doing? And how long ago was this?
This was actually just a few months ago.
And what type of work do you do?
I'm a medical biller and coder for a doctor's office.
Oh, boy. All right. Listen, thanks for listening. And so that was a wake-up call. You don't want to burn your house down.
No, I do not.
I think that's on most people's list. Don't burn the house down. Thank you, Melissa. Kathy in Jacksonville. Kathy, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I am absolutely too tired most days to cook when I get home.
Dude, this survey is like spot on.
Yeah. MJ, people wake. What time do you get up?
5.
Yeah. She's up at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
You know, if she has kids there in the car by 7:20, she's already been up for 2 or 3 hours by the time she gets to work. And then she works all day. And then you come home and you're expected to cook this big old meal? Absolutely, I agree with this.
Listen, Kathy, thanks for calling. What do you do for a living?
I actually have 2 jobs. I am a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist,
Uh-huh.
and then I also am an assistant professor at a university.
Oh, wow.
What do you profess?
Nurse anesthetizing.
Nurse anesthesiology.
Yeah. There you go.
And I'm a single mom, so
wow.
definitely too tired.
Kathy, have a great day. Thanks for phoning in.
Too bad Kathy couldn't bring home some samples and
So
put herself to sleep.
Kathy, you're calling from Jacksonville. Do you listen on the app to us? I guess.
I do. Yes.
Which app?
I listen.
Which app do you use to listen to us on?
iHeart. I used to live in Tampa, and that's when I listened to you back in the early 2000s and was so excited you guys came back on the air.
Excellent. And there's nothing like us on the air in Jacksonville, is there?
Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing anywhere. I was in mourning when you guys left in 2012, I think.
Yeah, it was February of 2012. We went away, and then we brought the MJ Morning Show back in October of 2020. So we're almost 4 years into the return. Kathy, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. All right, 2 more calls. Carmen in Bradenton. Carmen, MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning. I am always, every day, just exhausted, but I just spit it out and I end up having to do it. Most days, the kids have, my husband's out of town during the week, and I'm an activities coordinator for a memory care unit in a senior living, so I'm exhausted.
Wow.
I'm with 90-year-olds all day, and then I come home. I get up at 5, and then I get home, and sometimes I'm just so exhausted.
Yeah, those 90-year-olds will run your ass ragged, huh?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. Have a great day. One last call. Mia in Tampa. And then we're going to play the MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher. Mia, you're up next on the MJ Morning Show. Are you too tired to cook when you get home from work?
It's a no for me, but it's because I had a system. I would prep all my meat on a Sunday. So I took out the meat that I wanted in the morning, and all I had to do was to think about what to cook with it.
All right, but so you're doing prep on a Sunday, but is that meat kind of questionable, let's say on Thursday?
No. I buy them and season them, and then put them in big Ziploc bags, like kind of like a sheet, really flat.
Yeah.
And freeze them.
Oh, you freeze them. Okay. All right, 'cause I don't want you buying chicken on Sunday and then,
leave it out on the counter for a couple days.
But I have gotten home, and my routine is to smoke one, and then I forget I'm cooking, and then it burns.
Well, hold on a minute. You go to work, you get home, and you smoke one, and you get all stoned that you forgot that you're cooking?
Yes.
She gets high.
You're getting high and you forget that you have food in the oven?
Oh, yes. I mean, I do.
Or the stove?
Oven, fire is the best because, it does have a timer. But
have you damaged your kitchen in any fashion?
I'm sorry?
Have you damaged your kitchen or cookware?
Yes. Twice.
Mia, how often do you smoke the doobage?
Every day.
Every day. All right. Is this
when I get home from work?
Is this medical or is this pure recreational?
Well, a little both. I mean, my daughters used to tell me when I would be mad at them, Mom, I think you need to go hit the garage for a couple of minutes.
So they knew you used to go out to smoke weed in the garage?
Oh, yeah.
And at what age were they conscious of you going out to smoke a joint?
Well, the first one I ever smoked was with their dad, so he was the one that introduced me, and he was...
No, I'm saying, how old were your kids when they would tell you to go out and smoke one in the garage?
Oh, teenagers, high school.
Okay. And do your kids smoke pot? Because they say that whatever the parents do, the kids end up doing.
You're going to be really surprised. They're both in the Army.
And they don't smoke weed?
No, they can't.
All right, so I'm guessing also that you're totally in favor of Amendment 3.
Oh, yes. Everyone needs
You're
that.
going to vote 19 times on that, right?
Yes.
Mia, thanks for the call. Have a great day.
Yeah, nobody smokes
You
weed in
too.
the
Love
Army.
you guys. Hey, MJ.
Yeah.
I've listened to you since in the 90s.
Yeah.
I lived in Texas.
Wow.
And yes, I'm a long-time listener of yours, so I was so happy to hear you here in Tampa.
Thank you very much. Well, hold on. I was never in Texas, though.
No, I know, but on the way to work, like I'm doing now, I would always listen to you.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Mia.
you
Have a
very
great
much.
day.
All
right.
You too.
Yeah, no, it sounded like she was saying that she was...
Remember when you were in Amarillo, MJ?
Yeah.
I used to love you.
Yeah, I used to do a morning show in El Paso.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. All right, let's do the inflation smasher. It is 8:20 at the MJ Morning Show. We always say after 8 o'clock, your chance to play, and that time is right now. Let's go with caller number 105. Caller 105. I would do 104.7, but picking up fractional phone lines is very difficult. All right. Caller 105, 800-990-1047. That gives a lot of you a lot of time to try to get in. You get a busy signal, keep trying. Busy signal, keep trying. 105, it takes a little while to screen that, so lots of people can try to get in. Let's go. Caller 105 right now, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. If you're caller 105 right now, you get to play. You could win up to $1,000. There's nothing less than $500 behind the glass that you will smash. How much will you get in the Inflation Smasher as we're trying to help you with inflation and high prices, man? Simple as that. 800-990-1047. Good luck from the MJ Morning Show. Hey, listen, I don't want to be Debbie Downer over here, but when it comes to recreational drug use, new study out, and it says that users of recreational drugs like marijuana and other drugs triples the risk of a heart attack and stroke.
Oh,
Three
great.
times more like, hey, Mia, who's baking every day after work, hey,
Says who?
even cannabis and other recreational drug use triples the risk of heart attack and stroke. Over a 2-week period in 2021, researchers followed nearly 1,400 patients. All the patients were tested for drugs. 11% were found to have cannabis, opioids, cocaine, amphetamines, MDMA in their systems at the time of the intake in the hospital. More than 28% tested positive for 2 or more of those drugs. They tracked the patients for a year to see if they experienced cardiac emergencies or strokes. Of the test group, roughly 6% of non-users suffered a follow-up emergency, while a staggering over double, 13% of drug reusers found themselves back in the ER with cardiovascular complications within a year. So put that in your bowl and smoke
put
it.
that in your marijuana pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the whole say no to drugs campaign because they're not necessarily good for you.
All right, Fester, you almost mowed somebody over?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fester says to me, I don't know if I want to talk about this, but maybe I will. Maybe it's a public service. Fester almost ran somebody over with his big-ass Cadillac yesterday.
I mean, it would have been over. I mean, it was that close.
Ooh.
I was cruising along.
What happened and where?
So in Tampa, there's Bears Avenue, and I was driving to the university. I was driving to USF.
Oh, by the way, Andrew's still screening for caller 105, 800-990-1047. Go ahead.
Driving to USF from my estate in Lutz.
Right.
And I'm driving speed limit, not speeding, but there's a couple of dramatic curves in Bears Avenue when you are east of 275. Kind of where that powder coating place is and that storage unit.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Right.
Yep.
And it used to be like a golf range there where they're building some weird looking building now.
Yep.
But I'm on that stretch of road before you get to an elementary school named Mort Elementary.
Mort?
Mort. Yeah, it's Mort Elementary. M-O-R-T. Anyway,
Morty.
So if you know that area, you know where I'm driving. And I look up, nothing but clear road ahead of me.
Nothing but clear road.
I switch lanes.
Switch lanes.
You take your eyes off of the road in front of you to look in your mirror. I'm still a shoulder checker.
Yeah, you should be. You know, don't rely only on your mirror because you got someone in your blind spot. You know, if you're making a lane change, don't just glance in the mirror and say, "Oh, all clear." You know, next thing you know, you're pulling in front of a tractor trailer. Always do the neck turn. Always double check. You can check the mirror, but double check with an actual physical turn. Go ahead.
Then I look up again. Road still clear.
Still clear.
Not a lot of cars around me.
Open road.
I'm feeling in a comfortable position driving, right? And
no obstructions.
I didn't look at my
no hazards.
No looking at the phone or nothing else.
Yep.
But I must have focused on something on the side of the road for a second, or something caught my eye for a nanosecond. Then the road curves again, and I know this curve is coming. I've driven it a million times.
Yep.
And right as you make the curve, where that blind spot behind the curve is no longer blind, there's this big chubby lady just talking on her phone, walking right in my lane.
Oh my God! I mean, did you react and like grab the wheel and swerve it?
So instantly, I start slowing down.
Right.
And the 2010 Cadillac DTS is a performance vehicle. So I start slowing down and I start driving to the left of her. Right. There's like a turn lane. So I start driving into the turn lane and the horn's going and she's now sees me. She's scared.
And she's just talking.
She keeps running across the road to go through the other lane. There's a car in that lane.
Right.
So if I'm not going to hit her, the car next to me is going to hit her. Then she runs back to where I'm pulling over to just get hit again. I ended up coming to almost a near stop and
God.
missing her by like 4 feet.
Were you sideways?
No, but I was like caddy corner. I was still going straight.
You were driving a caddy. All caddy corner.
But, you know, and I came real.
If you were driving a Hello Kitty car, you'd be kitty corner.
Listen, so
Right.
this is as close as I've ever come to striking somebody, you know, a pedestrian. And she was totally jaywalking, and that doesn't matter.
I don't
mean,
think. You know what? I tell you what. I was about to say that would not be good PR for the MJ Morning Show, but you know what? If you did mow her over, I mean, it would have been a news story. And you know what? We might have gotten like the word out more that the MJ Morning Show's back.
That's like this. That's like the last way I want any publicity for this show. Is to, you know,
I'm joking,
I mean, I was
of course.
traveling fast enough to where I would have, if I hit this lady, it would have been terrible. And the worst part, MJ, the worst part, or
did she have like a look of terror, like in her face?
You ever see those? You ever see those fat people that are so fat they have to walk with their shoulders back? You know what I mean? He's walking with his shoulder back and a big belly
to
coming
prevent from toppling forward?
Yeah, she has her she's on her cell phone. She's talking on her phone. Shoulders are back. Her hand is on the side of the road that I'm coming from. Completely didn't see me.
Wow.
Of course, I always drive with my radio on. This happened at about noontime yesterday.
Right.
Oh.
Guess what I'm listening to? Hey.
Oh, if it's noon, it's Roxanne.
It's Roxanne Wilder on Q105.
Roxanne on Q105. Do you talk in your sleep? Romantic talking in your sleep. That's what I thought of it. My daughter does as well. Maybe it's hereditary.
Oh my God! I just hit this lady. WRBQs, the FAB's media station.
My voice would haunt you forever.
Let me grab caller 105. Hi, good morning. Who's this?
Hello?
Yes. What is your name?
This is Randy.
Randy? Where are you calling from, Randy?
From St. Petersburg.
Randy in St. Pete. Randy, you're caller 105.
All right.
Randy.
This is the Randy that won Fabio.
This is what?
Oh, he won the 2 ducks.
Yeah, the ducks.
Oh, really? You're the guy that you helped save the duck's life.
He lives in Pinellas Park and he has like a little piece of land.
Oh my God! How are the ducks still alive?
Oh yeah, they're doing great. Actually, last weekend I went over to Taha and got 2 more, so they're all doing great.
Yeah, Taha the duck guy.
You've got 4 ducks?
Yes.
Oh, this is fantastic. All right, so Fester, remind me, how did this come about with the ducks?
When we had Froggy, and we love Froggy,
right?
He acknowledged.
The Fabio anniversary.
It was the 25th anniversary of Fabio getting hit in the face by a goose.
Yes.
So we reenacted it. I found Taha, who has a poultry and duck farm in Tampa near the airport.
Yeah.
I reached out to him, tell him our crazy story. He says, come by, take whatever you want.
So we got a duck to throw into Froggy's face. That's right. It was the Fabio anniversary. It was like the 25th anniversary of Fabio getting smashed in the face with a goose while riding the grand opening of a new roller coaster at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, Virginia.
And the facts of life are
Remember the picture of Fabio and he comes back into the station and his face is all bloodied?
Blood everywhere. The facts of life are that when Taha would bring the duck back, it would be slaughtered.
Yeah, it would be dinner. It'd be guess what? Right. It would be my next Peking duck.
Yeah. So we kind of said, hey, it would be really great to this duck did something for us.
Yeah.
We should save its life. And then we tried to get it adopted. And then Randy calls in. He goes, listen, I've got a house.
Wow.
I think you said you have like a small lake or something, right, Randy?
Yeah, I have a pond in my backyard, yes, sir.
And now you have 4 ducks in the pond. That's great.
Then Taha said, well, the duck is a social creature. It'll be lonely. I'll give you 2. So then that evening, and Randy and I communicated through this, he went to Taha's shop.
Yep.
Taha gave him Fabio, gave him a second duck.
Yep.
And they're doing well.
Do the old ducks like the new ducks he just brought by?
When I first got them about a week and a half ago, they kind of stayed away from each other, but now they've turned into a flock. Yeah, they all hang together. They go in the pond, they swim around. Yeah, they're happy.
That's fantastic. All right, Randy, that's great. I'm glad you got through. Here you're getting rewarded. You saved the duck's life. Now you've saved 4 total ducks' lives because these ducks were meant for slaughter, for food. So look at it. And then you get through. I think that's divine intervention. And you break through the tens of thousands of people that are trying to get in to be caller 105. Randy, are you ready to play the inflation smasher?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
You know how it works, right?
Yes, sir. I listen every day. I know.
All right, let's activate the machine, and then once the thing is whirling, you tell me when you want me to smash that glass. Are you ready? Let's do it.
The MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher has been activated.
All right, the inflation smasher is active. It is whirling. It's twirling. You tell me when you want to smash that glass.
Smash that glass.
You've won $950.
Yes!
All right.
That's a lot of duck food.
I was going to say, it'd be a lot of duck food and a hay farm to lay on. Yes, sir.
That's fantastic. Randy, congratulations. You just grabbed $950.
Thank you, MJ, and thanks to everybody there on the crew. Great night, guys.
Randy, what did you name the other duck? You still have Fabio, but what's the other duck?
I have Fabio, and the other one I named her Daphne. The other two, we're still debating on names for them.
All right, name one MJ, and how about Fester or Roxanne?
Hey, that works. I can name one MJ and one Fester.
Or you can do like posthumously for Froggy.
Oh, you should name one. You should name one Froggy after
in memoriam.
Froggy and Fabio.
You know what? Maybe we do Froggy. You know, kind of pay homage or something.
We should say in memoriam.
Yeah.
The guy's not dead. He just got.
I can do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring him back.
I'll name one Froggy and one Roxanne because one of them was a female. So.
There you go. There you go. All right, listen, thanks, man. Hey, hold the phone. Andrew's going to pick up, get your information so you can collect your $950 from the MJ Morning Show Inflation Smasher.
All right, hey, thanks. Y'all have a great weekend. Good Labor Day.
You bet. Thank you, too.
This is quite an honor, Roxanne. You'll have a
so,
duck named after
the next line. Hi, good morning, MJ Morning Show.
Am I caller 105?
No, you're 106.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh,
God, I hate doing this. Yeah, we just had the winner. We just played the game. You're 106. You were so close.
Oh, my God.
That's a son of a bitch if I ever heard
and
one.
it was a really good one, too. He won $900.
Yeah, it was $950.
$950? Oh, I'm sorry.
$950.
Oh, my. No way.
Oh, my God. Listen, what's your first name?
Lynn.
All right, Lynn, I'm going to give you $10 out of my pocket, okay?
Good luck, Lynn. Good luck collecting that.
All right, Lynn.
Thank you.
All right, listen. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Mama, no problem.
All right, goodbye.
Sorry.
Oh man, she thought she had it.
All right, let's go to 107.
No, I'm done. Hey, we got to help somebody out now. Here on the MJ Morning Show, we do just a little bit of everything.
Hold on. You just got your serious tone.
I am serious.
Okay, because you have your jokey tone, and I just heard you went to your serious tone.
A listener has reached out, and she is in need of a kidney transplant.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty serious.
Yeah, that's pretty serious.
Right? Hang on, let me pick up the phone here and dial. And I got to call Kim, and I'm going to call her Kidney Kim. And Kim reached out to me.
Do we have to call her Kidney Kim just because has the alliteration?
All right, okay, I won't call her.
If she needed a pancreas and her name was Patty, she wouldn't be Pancreas Patty.
Kim? Kim, it's MJ, Fester, Roxanne. It's the MJ Morning Show calling.
Good morning.
All right, Kim, you reached out to me with a direct message on my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio, and you don't get requests every day via direct message that say, "Hey, MJ, could you help me get the word out? I need a kidney transplant," and you did just that.
I did, and thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I've had type 1 diabetes for almost 30 years. It's an autoimmune disease that does not have a cure. Unfortunately, it takes a toll on your major organs, and one of those organs is your kidneys. So over the past, probably 10 or 15 years, my kidney function has declined, and now I'm at a point that I do need a kidney transplant. So I am in search of a living donor. It's been shown in many studies that a living donor that kidney does last a lot longer than a deceased donor. and typically starts working immediately upon transplant. So I am really trying to get the word out there, trying to see if, anybody's willing to get tested.
I guess the first thing is blood type. What is your blood type?
Yep, my blood type is O positive.
Okay, that is universal donor, I believe.
Universal donor, but I do believe as far as the recipient, it has to come from O positive.
So you have to have an O. So you have to have an O positive. And how does this work? If, let's say, a bunch of O positive people get tested, there are still further. Not all O positive donors' kidneys will be a match. Can you explain that to me?
Absolutely. So they do have a series of questions, and a lot of my family and friends have started this process and got knocked out immediately for different reasons.
All right, so you've had O positive possibilities that have been nixed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Your BMI needs to be under 35, or else you don't even move further in the process.
Fester's out.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help you, Kim.
Fester's
I'm out. I'll come visit you, but that's about all I can do.
There's some other reasons. High blood pressure is another reason that would knock you out.
I'm out on that one too.
My brother has kidney stones, so he was knocked out.
What about rudeness? Does that knock you out?
No, and what I have read in my research is that you do take on some of the personality of the person that donates.
Yeah.
So,
oh wow.
Yeah.
All right, so Kim, what can our listeners do? And you hear these stories about total strangers that help save somebody's life by donating an organ. What would you like our listeners to do? And what can they do?
Yep, I would love anybody that is interested in starting the process to call Tampa General Hospital, the kidney donor number, and I can provide that number. It's 813-844-5669, and my name is Kimberly Isgar, Isgar, and they will start that process, to see. They will they'll ask a series of questions. If those all go good, they'll send them a blood kit. They would go to a quest or whatnot and get the blood drawn, and they would determine their blood type as well and go from there.
Kim, you're such a strong person because you wouldn't even know that you're dealing with this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm very scared, of course, but I'm just, like I said, I appreciate you guys getting the word out there for me. Just, putting it out there, and hopefully it works out.
Did you ever hear Kimberly? Do you like Kim or Kimberly?
Kim's good.
Kim, did you ever hear the story that I was on a Delta flight coming back from New York, and the flight attendants asked everyone to remain seated, that we have a passenger in the back that just got word that her kidney was available? And
no.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm going to play the audio for you here quickly. And we've kept in touch, and I want to try to get her on the show again soon. Jenda was her name. And yeah, Jenda was I was on a flight from, I think, LaGuardia back to Tampa. Jendi Abreu, it was her name. And I'm on this flight, and the flight attendants were like, everyone, please, if you could remain seated. We have a passenger that just got word that her kidney has been made available for a transplant. She's got to rush to Tampa General Hospital right now for her transplant. Everyone, remained seated, and people were applauding as she's running up the aisle. It was, here's the audio. I recorded some of it on my phone. Listen.
Miss Abreu is in row 32. So please just have a little bit of patience with us, and you will get home very soon.
And she's running down the aisle.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. Listen.
Flight attendants prepare for arrival.
And she was with a friend who then they went right to TGH, and she got her kidney transplant.
That's incredible.
And she's doing phenomenally. And I told the story. I had the audio. This is a couple of years ago now. And she's doing well. I've been in touch. I've texted with her. She's going to come in on the show at some point. And it's doing well. Hey, listen, I've got one of my best friends in radio had a kidney transplant about 5 years ago, and he's doing, fantastic with a friend that donated that was a match. So,
that's amazing.
Folks, if you can help Kim out, if you would like to get tested, call the TGH Kidney Donor Line at 813-844-5669, and the kidney is for Kimberly.
What was your last name again, Kim?
Isgar, Isgar.
Thank you. Yeah.
Kim, I'll just have you know, 2 weekends ago, I made chili with kidney beans. So, thoughts and prayers,
All right, 813-844-5669. That's 813-844-5669. That's the Tampa General Hospital Kidney Transplant Department, or I would imagine just the transplant department. So, Kimberly, we will be in touch with you. Reach out to me on direct message. As you can attest, do I answer my direct messages on Instagram?
Absolutely. You even helped me with movers recently, so I really appreciate it.
That's right. You even before the request for a kidney, this is like a couple months ago, Kim DM'd me for the information on twocollegebrothers.com.
Well, if you need carpet cleaning, call him back because he knows somebody.
Yeah. Hey, Kim, we'll be in touch, okay?
Awesome. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it.
Best of luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. MJ, I don't know that you have to call the kidney donation department. Just call the donation department.
Yeah.
It's not like the receptionist says, press 1 for liver, press 2 for pancreas, press 3 for kidney.
Press 3 for penis. All right.
I heard a rumor that if you donate a kidney, need one later on in life, you move to the top of the list. Is anyone else aware of that?
So if you,
yeah.
All right. So I don't know a whole lot about the human anatomy other than mine is large.
Listen,
you have 2 kidneys.
If you're a healthy
Right.
yes. If you're a healthy person, you can function fine on 1 kidney. So, hey, there have been plenty of strangers that have helped others out and gotten tested. So, O positive, and then if you're O positive, you still need to get tested to see if you would be a match for Kimberly. Hey, speaking of my direct messages, listen to this. I don't want to turn this into like a touchy feel. Well, this is okay. It's the emotional side of the MJ Morning Show. I got another direct message yesterday from Andrew. I'll just keep it generic. Andrew sent me a message. MJ, I am moved from the heart to tell you something that I'm sure none of your people know. I'm a longtime listener and a truck driver, 18-wheeler. I got divorced about 10 months ago and fell into a serious bout of depression. On a number of occasions, I had a serious down day where I silently wondered if I should end my life. And then it seems like whenever I would be at my lowest, I would be tuned into the MJ Morning Show, and one or more of you crazy, hilarious people would say something that would break me out of my depressed mood and make me laugh out loud so hard. This has happened more than 20 times over the past 10 months. So I just want you all to know you are touching people's lives and helping in so many ways you're probably not even aware of. I appreciate you all more than you know. I'm dealing with some depression, but thanks to the MJ Morning Show, my depression has lessened. I would love to meet you one day. Thank you for all you do. So there you go. I would be happy to meet him. I'm going to send him a message back. He's an 18-wheeler, so I don't know if he's local and drives all over the country, or if he's a local driver.
Between the apps, you can listen to us anywhere.
What I'm saying is to meet us. So if he lives in town, we'd be happy to meet you.
I got a haul of carburetors coming into Tampa. MJ, I'm bringing a bunch of bicycle parts to the Big Guava. Can I come by the station and see you?
I got some of that arsenic apple juice for Walmart.
Yeah, buddy. Before I head back to Bentonville for my next load.
Anyway, listen, you don't even realize that we're just doing what we're doing here, and if we're able to, help people, that's just a byproduct that you really don't even think of. But when you hear it, you're like, oh my God, it kind of makes you feel good. So, hey, listen, I'm happy to hear that.
Now would be a good time to borrow like $40 from him.
What?
Now would be a good time to hit him up for some money. Hey, remember we saved your life like 20 times? Hey, $40. You'd be like, what is he gonna say? No.
Have you heard of somebody getting sued for leaving a bad review online?
I think we've done similar stories to that.
Doesn't it fall under like the slander category?
Yeah, but truth is a defense.
But wasn't there, who was it? Was it Yahoo people? Somebody was leaving a slew of bad reviews on someone's page and then got sued for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're malicious and if you're leaving false reviews in an effort to hurt a place, then yeah, there might be some culpability, some liability. You might be...
Or like blackmailing them for deals. If you don't give me a good deal, then if you give me a good deal at your restaurant, I'll take down my bad review.
Yeah, here's a woman. She left a bad review for a bridal shop experience that went bad. Courtney explains how she became threatened with a lawsuit after leaving a negative review. According to Courtney, she went wedding dress shopping with her sister-in-law earlier this year, planned to visit 2 locations. While the visit to the first location went well, the second was a problem right off the bat. She says, we got there about 15 minutes early. I guess you have to make appointments for like wedding dress places,
sure,
right?
because you take somebody's time and you have to have a fitting.
So
have you ever seen Say Yes to the Dress?
No.
Oh, great show.
We got there. Jeez, the stuff you watch.
You never saw. You should watch Say Yes to the Dress.
Yeah, okay, I'll add that to my list. All right, we got there about 15 minutes early. 10 minutes. We got there about 15 minutes early. 10 minutes early. Well, why? I don't understand that. Anyway, let's just go 15 minutes early. Okay. But then it says 10 minutes early. So what was it? Was it 10 or 15?
Get it straight.
And while we were in the parking lot, they called us and they were like, hey, we're actually short-staffed. Can we reschedule your appointment?
We're already here.
And she's like, well, it was hard to find a time that we could all agree on. So no, we weren't rescheduling. They then went into the store, and while she described some strange interactions with the staff, they were a little bit standoffish and weird. I guess they eventually found the dress they liked. The dress arrived 2 weeks before the wedding, and it did not meet the expectations. The dress had a slit and has lace across the bottom that is not supposed to be there. Anyway, that's a nightmare. 2 weeks before the wedding, you get a dress that's not the one you want, or it's misrepresented, or you thought you were getting one thing, you get something else. So they end up contacting the shop, and they're going back and forth. And
so what's the shop doing to them? How they threaten them?
They left a 1-star review.
Right, but what did the shop do to them?
Well, here's the deal. The shop said, well, let me go back a little bit. Flash forward about a week after, and she was texting with her mother-in-law, and I guess they're talking about the shop was trying to make things right, but I guess they still had problems. They were talking about sending them a refund or whatever the story. I mean, it's getting close to the wedding. So Courtney went online and left a negative review for the store.
While they're still doing business together?
And she was threatening legal action. And Courtney now shares her review in a video that she shot. And this is apparently something that she had signed. So the owner appears to have left a reply contesting the review. And here's apparently what has popped up. You also signed, this is in the response, you also signed a special order agreement which states any slander of the business is a $1,000 fine and all court costs be paid by you. So wait a minute, hold on. Is this accurate? Some wedding shops, they have you sign a contract, and in the fine print it says that you can't leave a bad review or slander the business?
Have you ever seen some of these special orders or purchase agreements? There's 3 or 4 pages of verbiage at the back end.
Yeah. Maybe it's just that there are tons of these bridezillas out there. Maybe the wedding business has to cover their tracks. But listen,
could be.
Not all the bridezillas or not all the brides-to-be that are even not bridezillas, they're not in the wrong. Sometimes the shop is going to be in the wrong. Or the worst thing is like when the shops like get the money for the dress, then they go out of business.
Oh, yeah.
Those stories are the worst. Those are absolutely terrible. Anyway, 1-star review. And the store threatening to sue this woman. Court costs, the whole shebang. Cover the legal fees. That's an expensive freaking wedding dress.
Yeah, it is.
At 8:51 at the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. We have a solid hour to go, or just shy. Yeah, almost an hour to go here on a Friday, going into the Memorial Day weekend, the Labor Day weekend, I should say. So hopefully you've got a nice Labor Day weekend planned as, hey, we're going to be off on Monday.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Yeah, Roxanne's coming in to do the live midday show.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be here.
Well, somebody's going to be on air. That would be me.
Yep. Yeah, we have technology for that. All right, 8:51 at the MJ Morning Show. All right, stand by because this show doesn't slow down. We don't pack in, our B-list material for the final hour. No. Not even close. Hey, I mentioned, what are those secondhand stores, where you kind of clean out your closet and you bring it by these secondhand stores?
A consignment store.
Yeah, and they pay you cash.
Okay, so when you say a secondhand store, I think of like a thrift store where you donate something. But a consignment store, there's a lot of baby consignment stores or children's stores.
That's where I got my raspberry beret. At a secondhand store.
Right.
Yeah.
But a secondhand store isn't always so you're talking about consignment places.
There's a very interesting story regarding Plato's Closet. All right, so
that's a consignment.
That is Plato's Closet is well known. It's a national franchise or whatever.
You bring them stuff, they give you money for it.
Really interesting story, and I want to get into that next. Also, I think I'm calling BS on an engagement ring story. I have audio to play. There's a woman that claims that she was working in a jewelry store selling engagement rings, and there was a very odd interaction with the groom-to-be. And hold on, wait till you hear this. Got some Hollywood stuff. Got a little bit of everything in the final hour. And it all starts next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, so stand by. My friends at Veterans Ford want to... is 9:01 at the end story at Disney. I thought you had like Disney alerts that like made your phone vibrate like a maniac. Is that a yes or a no, or are you mute? Are you mute?
Yes, I do.
All right. So did you not see this?
But it was a false story.
Yeah, but still, there was like a panic and people going nuts. So a fight, there were popping sounds, and there was a cause that I guess it caused, I should say, a false active shooter report at the Magic Kingdom. Yeah, this is from Wesh TV. Was that NBC Channel 2 in Orlando? A fight at the Magic Kingdom in Orlando caused chaos and led to rumors of an active shooter yesterday. Orange County Sheriff's Office confirmed there was no active shooter at Disney's Magic Kingdom. No shots were fired at all. Visitors in the park shared videos across social media showing chaos prompted by the fight. Apparently, people stampeding and running and like fleeing. One video shows people hiding behind displays, a store's floor littered with merchandise, and even a stroller left behind. Wow. And turns out nothing actually happened. Listen to this. This was a tweet or an X, whatever you call it now. Went to Magic Kingdom today, and there was literally a stampede because of a suspected shooter. I thought that was actually going to be my last day. I was shoved out of the way and fell. Mothers were crying, looking for their daughters. People were hiding. It was so bad. Holy crap. Yeah, the sheriff's office in Orange County used social media to try to clarify the situation and dispel the rumors of an active shooter. Here's the tweet from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Alert, all caps. Oh, Fester, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. We'll be back for 3 minutes.
We're still on the air?
Yeah, we are.
Very, 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 very important situation.
What? More important than the fake active shooter at Disney yesterday?
Okay, maybe not more important than that, but pretty important for what I had going on.
All right, let me finish this, and then I'll hear about your dilemma. All right, so all caps alert. This is from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. There is no, all caps, active shooter at Disney's Magic Kingdom. A fight occurred and a popping sound was heard that we believe was a balloon. Wait a minute.
There are plenty of balloons there.
Oh, man, they're walking down Main Street with those. I'm sure they still sell the Mickey Mouse ears inside the bigger balloon.
Of course they do.
That's a mainstay since 1972, man. I'm telling you right now. My kids went through tons of those things. Hold on. Andrew is on the way. Andrew. So, folks, I think if you're a regular listener, Andrew, our producer, is an adult Disney freak. Andrew, you have your...
who says I'm an adult?
All right, do you have your suspenders with all of your Disney pins ready to go? Is it in
No,
your
keep
car?
those in the book.
What?
They keep those in the book.
Oh, they're in the book.
They have a trapper keeper they bring with them to Disney full of pins.
All right, so Andrew, there was no active shooter at Disney yesterday.
Thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah, a balloon popped. There was some kind of fight. Guests began running, and that's how the active shooter rumors started. There is no active shooter. So you've got a fight, a balloon pops. Next thing you know, active shooter, and people are fleeing. It's like a monster movie where people are running away from Godzilla or something.
As often as I go, I never see any of this stuff.
Yeah. Well, do you really want to be in the middle of an active shooter rumor stampede?
Well, I hear about these things, but I never experience any of it.
Yeah, thankfully.
Maybe it's not happening as often as people make us think.
Yeah, new attraction coming next year to Disney, active shooter.
It'd be a stunt show.
Yeah. Winnie the Pooh's active shooter.
No, that's already been done.
Hello.
Remember
the
movie?
They made that scary movie.
Yeah, they made the Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
Oh, that's right.
I would watch out for Eeyore. I mean, he's so depressed.
He is.
He could go off at any time.
Eeyore, hello.
Doesn't matter.
I'm really depressed.
Ooh, I'm going to shoot Tigger.
All right. Anyway, so there was no active shooter at Disney. All right, I'm calling BS. Oh, what was your issue, Fester? And then I'll call BS on something.
It has to do with the ply of the toilet paper that's around here.
Oh, jeez. I just stop right
It's coming
there.
off a square at a time. I'm late.
All right,
one square, two, and I'm a 10 to 15 square man.
Let me guess. So you're doing your business in the bathroom during the break.
Yes.
And you're trying to get back to the studio. And let me guess. First, the toilet paper was all rolled up inside, and you're trying to find it to get the edge to pull it out.
We have that big industrial roll where it's 3 rolls on a turner.
And it's the worst. We have the worst possible toilet paper here. It's like...
Guantanamo Bay prisoners have better toilet paper than we have here.
I think you're right.
And
they're flinging poop on guards, and they have better toilet paper. All right?
And it was 1/2 a piece at a time. It was just a handful of paper mache in my hand. I'm like,
too much of a visual.
Yeah, we don't need to hear
you guys
festered
asked.
bathroom stuff.
I didn't want to volunteer.
I'm calling BS on this. This woman claims that she works at an engagement ring store. First of all, I never heard it called like an engagement ring store. It's a wedding store.
Some places specialize the importance of the engagement ring.
It's a jewelry store.
A jewelry store, right?
Did I say wedding store?
Yeah, I think you did. Jewelry store.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, jewelry store.
I'm going all Joe over here. All right, so it's a jewelry store. I mean, an engagement ring store. All right, so listen to this woman. This woman's name, did I have her name? I thought I had her name.
Okay.
Anyway, listen to this woman. Listen to what she's claiming.
Y'all, nobody is safe. I work at an engagement ring store. We sell engagement rings. And literally this guy was there with his girlfriend buying an engagement ring and asked me for my number.
Her name is Brenna. Yeah, I knew I had her name here. Brenna claims she works in a store. And again, listen to this.
Y'all, nobody is safe. I work at an engagement ring store.
All right, first of all, what the hell is... I'm calling BS on this, because if you work at a jewelry store that sells engagement rings, if you're in the business, are you calling it an engagement ring store? No. Hey, this is getting a lot of traction on social media. This is coming up in Reels and the Tick Schmucks and all that. Listen, I'm not buying this.
Sounds fabricated.
Yeah, this sounds like... You got so many people out there that are just trying to create content, and I work in an engagement ring store.
Y'all, nobody is safe. I work at an engagement ring store. We sell engagement rings. And literally this guy was there with his girlfriend buying an engagement ring and asked me for my number.
Yeah, even her delivery sounds phony. And... yeah. Oh, you want a necklace? You want some earrings? Sorry. Nope. We're only an engagement ring store. You want a ring that's not for an engagement? Get the hell out. We don't have that. Only engagement rings.
What about the rings themselves once you get married? Nope.
Yeah. No wedding rings, just engagement rings.
Yeah, no wedding bands. Nope. Only engagement rings. That's it. Yeah, I'm calling BS on that story. You just can't believe everything you find on social media. And I'm getting crap. Remember the video I shot where there were the white piles of some substance for like a half mile along the left side of the Howard Franklin northbound?
It looked like almost like some pellet styrofoam or something.
It looked like snow.
Right.
At first glance, it looked like snow. And clearly, I'm being facetious. I shot... Hey, Andrew, did you put the video up? Did we take that audio or did we play that live? I could probably just play it off my phone. So I posted this video, and it's taken off. It's absolutely taking off. This video has over 100,000 views. This is insane. So what's the date on this? Let me see if I have the date on when I posted this thing. It looks like, yeah, I thought I had the date on here. Anyway, so I'm driving home after the show. This is, a month ago, maybe.
It was in August.
Thank you.
The headline is August snow in Tampa.
Yeah. And
August 7th.
August 7th? Whatever it was, it looked like snow, but I was going fairly slow for the most part because I was in like bumper-to-bumper traffic. That was when the two lanes closed on the Tampa side because...
Right after Debbie.
Yeah, after Debbie rolled by and it washed out like some of the shoulder, and they had Howard Franklin down to two lanes on the left. And I was in very slow traffic because people were like, hey, why don't you put your phone down and not drive in video? I was going 5 miles an hour, and then I was going 0 miles an hour because I was stopped because it was bumper-to-bumper traffic. But for like a half a mile, there were piles of what looked like snow. And what happens, like if you're up in the Northeast and you have a heavy snowfall, then the snow starts melting because it gets warmer, and you have these like little piles of snow. That's what it looked like. But I was being facetious. I'm joking. Bring up the audio. Would you please? All right, bring this up. Freaking snow. Unbelievable. What's going on here? All right, in bumper-to-bumper traffic here on the Howard Franklin. Weather's been nuts here. Look at this. We have snow. We have snow on the side of the road. Snow on the side of the road in the middle of August on the Howard Franklin Bridge northbound. It looked like styrofoam, like the finely shaved styrofoam that they do use for like movie sets or film sets. That's what it looked like to me. And I'm being facetious. I'm joking around about there being styrofoam or snow on the side of the road. So I'm in the video, people are taking me seriously, and I'm still getting comments like, hey, you idiot. That's not snow. There's no snow in August in Florida. Duh. Or comments like, yeah, why don't you go back up north?
Yeah, go back. Go back to where you came from, MJ.
Yeah, I've been here for 30 years.
I don't want you. Florida's closed.
I've been in Florida for 32 years. I came to Florida in 1992. Yeah, go back up north, you idiot. I mean, the people that the people that are watching my video, they really think that I'm believing that it's snow on the side of the road. Anyway, this video has 112,000 views, which is insane. It's got 300 comments, 1,273 likes, 112,000 views on this video. So, I'm just pointing out that here the lady shot the video at the engagement ring store deal, which I don't believe. Here I shoot a video. Clearly I'm being facetious. There's no snow in Florida in the middle of August. There's no snow in Florida virtually ever. The last time we had measurable snow in Tampa was like 1977 or something, or somewhere in the late 70s.
It's only a little sprinkling.
Yeah, there was like a dusting of snow on the ground, in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, it wasn't in the summer.
Hang on. Andrew wants me to take Anthony in Wesley Chapel, line 5. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing fine.
Listen, you don't go into an engagement ring store, a jewelry store with your girlfriend to buy an engagement ring. You do it yourself, and then you propose separately. So that's got to be false.
Yeah, I think it's fake. But I have heard of couples going to a store to pick out the engagement
ring shopping together.
Yeah, I have heard of that. So I guess that's a situation where you're not surprised and proposed to, when you didn't expect it, or maybe they proposed with something cheaper, or maybe they proposed without a ring, and then you go get the ring together. I agree. Most will get the ring and then propose and surprise the individual. So I get what you're saying. I just think that the whole story is phony.
Oh, definitely. No doubt.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. And I got to get to this Plato's Closet story. First, though, some guy went berserk.
Where?
At an American Airlines counter in Chile.
Well, that's where you do it.
Yeah, this guy was apparently trying to fly from Chile, South America, to Miami on American Airlines. It turns out that somebody sold him a fake plane ticket.
Oh, come on.
He was scammed. And the guys at the counter, and I guess he was informed that, sir, this is not a valid ticket. You've been scammed. The guy goes absolutely nuts and grabs a hammer and starts smashing the monitors and the counter at American Airlines in Chile. Listen to this. That's him. You heard the banging. And Fester's watching the video right now, and the guy somehow had a hammer and starts smashing.
Is that Spirit?
No, it's American, dude.
I see all the yellow signs. That's why.
No, he's in Chile at the Santiago, Chile airport.
He's smashing everything.
Yeah, he with a hammer, and he goes behind. He's smashing all of the computer monitors at the check-in.
Where did he get a hammer from?
Well, I don't know.
Was it in his carry-on bag? Was he?
I don't think.
Was he trying to check luggage with tools?
He wasn't going to get through TSA with that, right?
Well, they don't have TSA in Chile,
They
but
have CSA.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Chile.
But listen, he was at
Administration.
the counter. Maybe he was checking the hammer.
Wait. We have to stop right
You
there.
can check a hammer. Yes.
Yes.
What do you think TSA stands for?
Transportation.
Okay.
But in Chile, it's the CSA. We need to frisk Roxanne Wilder here. I have no idea what they sound like in Chile.
What are you doing?
I like
but
that voice.
that's insane. The guy is just smashing TV screens, computer monitors. They said he did over $20,000 in damage.
All right, where's the police?
That's a good point. Where the hell?
Is Chile one of those countries where the police walk around with like big heavy-duty guns all the time?
There might be more armed police at the airport than like Medellin in Colombia, in Medellin, or maybe Bogota. And he was arrested, but he was able to do serious damage and totally smash up the American Airlines check-in. Yeah, there was a video shot by bystanders. The guy's apparently a construction worker.
Yeah, that's why he had a hammer.
And he was set to stop over in Miami on the way to Haiti. Well, Haiti with a hammer right now, he'll fit in just fine.
There's work to be found.
Yeah. So he's rifling through his work bag, which I assume that he was going to check. Airline employee informed him that he would not be able to board the flight because the ticket that he had was bogus. And he pulls out the hammer and just starts going all home improvement on the place.
Yeah.
He's filmed screaming, climbing on the counter, obliterating multiple mounted TV screens, smashed computer screens on the check-in counter. You know, they also have the big, like, TV screens above that, you know, like coach and first class check-in, and he's smashing those things.
Doesn't matter. He smashed everything.
He's smashing everything. So finally, airport security detained him, and then he was turned over to the cops. Where are the armed police? Yeah, American Airlines spokesman confirmed the ordeal, saying local authorities were called to deal with a disruptive individual in the airport area. Can you imagine this? What would you do? Roxanne, if you're a ticket check-in agent and this guy just whips out a hammer, he starts bashing your crap, what do you do?
Why do you think I carry a hammer to work? I have a hammer at all moments, ready to fight back with my own.
That's why I have
Two can play that game.
What's that song? What's that old folk song?
Hammer time.
Yeah, stop hammer time?
No.
Is that considered an old folk song now?
No.
Stop. Hammer time.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
And he did not say,
stop. Hammer time.
Yeah, or in como se dice en español, stop hammer time. Yeah, what's that song? If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. It's an old folk song.
I don't know that one.
Oh, it's awful. Makes me want to poke out my eardrums with an ice pick. Hey, sir, do you have an ice pick in your bag as well with that hammer? Do you have an awl, a very sharp awl I can jam in my ears? Anyway, that's a mess. And again, you'd think that South America, you know, that you'd have more security. You know, when I walk through,
is Chile one of the safer countries?
You know, I think Chile might be one of the safer countries. But, like, if I'm in Rome, if I'm at the Rome airport, Roxanne, you were just there.
I was just there. Yeah, Da Vinci.
Didn't you see, like, armed guards with machine guns walking around the airport?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They mean business. I didn't notice it this time, but I remember in the past flying into Rome, and you'd see the guys on the rooftops with machine guns, like, pointed at the planes as you're getting off the plane.
Wow. All right. Oh, Fester brought up the Hammer song. Yeah. And no, it's not MC Hammer.
Hammer time.
Yeah, but very similar. There we go. Oh, God.
Let me back up a little bit.
Yeah, back up. Oh, yeah, just go to the way beginning. Yeah. My dad used to sing this. That's why I'm estranged. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Here we go. I'll tell you what, that song makes me want to grab the guitar and smash it against the wall like John Belushi in Animal House.
As Peter, Paul, and Mary.
All right, the Plato's Closet story.
Yes.
I don't know if this is true or false. And listen, I've got nothing against Plato's Closet. I would like Plato's Closet to defend themselves here.
There's 3 burial locations I found.
All right. And again, this is one story on social media. And somebody trying to sell stuff to Plato's Closet is citing gender bias. A woman says that she went to Plato's Closet and they didn't buy items from her or they offered her too little. She then sent her husband into the store and they bought the items from her that they would not, or from him that they would not buy or offer too little on some things. So the claim here is that some women are saying that they don't get a good offer or they get no offer. Nope, we're not interested. But if they send their man in with the same stuff, that suddenly they get an agreement to buy it or a better price. I don't know if this is true.
Huh. I mean, there's all kinds of biases that could rear their
Amanda,
head.
listen,
Yeah.
Amanda writes, today we're sending my husband in with a bunch of stuff that we've already tried to sell to them, as well as a few things to see if they're going to pay a man more than they paid me. By the time her husband had wrapped up the transaction, 20 minutes later, he returned with $70. $70 is more than they paid me. the past 4 times that I'd gone there, according to Amanda. So Amanda's saying that she felt gender bias as a woman, and sending the man in, they pay more. Come on, really?
I don't know that that's happening at Plato's Closet. I don't know anyone else aside from this Amanda who's experienced that, but I wonder what the psychology would be behind that situation actually happening. Is it like they're nicer to the guy, and it's like kind of a dig at Amanda when she goes in, oh, we don't think this stuff is worth anything.
So Amanda posts this on social media, shoots a video, and some of the comments. And one of the comments from somebody, I always have my husband go. I went from $15 to $50 or $60 when I send my husband in. So this woman, I guess, was offered $15 for clothes, and I guess said no, walked out, sent their husband in with the same stuff at some point, and it was a $50 to $60 offer.
You know, Doug is a better negotiator than me, and I could see him being more charming in that situation than me, and I think he would get more money than I would. I don't know at Plato's Closet, but just in general.
Oh, but here's a person that said, hey, I'm an employee at Plato's Closet, and prices are based on a set system. Our computers do the math, and although what we take slightly varies depending on the buyer, it's all based on condition and inventory needs. So do you think this is a thing, or is someone just, again, trying to come up with internet content like some dope radio guy who claimed there was snow on the Howard Franklin Bridge in early August?
I mean, if this were true, this would be really a bad look for Plato's Closet.
Yeah, listen,
I don't think it's necessarily true.
I'm going to side on Plato's Closets. I'm going to defer. I don't think that this is necessarily a true story from Amanda, or, who knows what other factors are involved. All right, what about a DUI mayor here in Florida? You got to hear this.
We've had those before, right?
Yeah. We've got a mayor here in Florida busted for DUI. You got to hear the circumstances, because this is weird. So we'll get to that coming up in just a bit. Oh, I saw the most disgusting state fair food I've ever heard of. This is grotesque. Fester, I'm sure, would be all over it.
Yeah, you're not a connoisseur of fine state fair food. You're the wrong person to run this by.
All right, we got a lot of stuff in the final segment, and that's next. Final chunk of the MJ Morning Show in minutes here on Q105. boy, we got another drunk mayor story, this time down in Naples. Welcome back, everybody. The final chunk of the MJ Morning Show here on a Friday. Hopefully you have a nice, relaxing, or maybe an event-filled, very active holiday weekend planned. We're just chilling. We're chilling. You know, Julian's home. He's flying back on Sunday because he starts classes. His sophomore year officially starts on Tuesday up at NYU. So whole family together. Going to make cacio e pepe tonight.
Nice.
Yep. Going to make a fabulous, just a classic, such a simple Italian dish that so many just can't pull off. No, seriously.
It's true. I mean, it's amazing how you can go to 10 different restaurants and their cacio e pepe is different at each one, and you might like some and you might not like others.
Yeah. Cacio e pepe is tough. And any Italian chef will tell you this, that it is so simple. It's the pasta water, pecorino romano, and pepper. It really, the original. It's 4 ingredients. Some will add olive oil and some will mix a combination of Parmesan and pecorino. I do 100% pecorino, so I'm making it tonight. I perfected it. I've got top Italian restaurant quality cacio e pepe that I make. And that's what's going to kick off our weekend tonight at my house. A bottle of wine, maybe open up a bottle of Barolo or something, or maybe a month. We'll see. I'll probably go. You know what? I think we'll do a Casanova de Neri. I got a 2006 Tenuta. Maybe we'll do that. About a 100-point wine that I bought cheap that turned into a 100-point wine. Look at Fester. Fester wants to slit his throat right now.
I was waiting for the food podcast to end.
Well, will you stop? Come on. Listen.
It's one thing to say it, but then you really get into the weeds on it and they go, okay, great, just finish.
All right. So we have a mayor that has been busted on DUI.
Big town, little town, from where?
Naples. I said Naples.
I thought you were still talking about Italian food.
The mayor of the city of Naples. And I think she's up for re-election in November. Can you confirm that? I think she is. This might give her challenger a little bit of ammunition. The mayor of the city of Naples arrested on Wednesday night, accused of drunk driving. So what happened? Around 10 p.m., Naples police were called to a home where a couple said they were followed to their house by a woman in a silver vehicle. Hey, honey, why is this woman following us? Hey, is that silver car following us? So they were followed. They said the woman stopped on their front lawn. So it sounds like she drove her car onto the front lawn to these people's home, followed them home. She appeared to be drunk, according to the complainants, and then claimed, I'm the mayor of Naples.
Do you know who I am?
So what happened? Did they cut her off? What was the deal? So the mayor follows them home, apparently drives onto their front yard, stumbles out of the car. I'm the mayor of Naples. They call the cops. Hey, 911, some crazy lady just followed us home. She's on our front lawn with her car. She says she's the mayor. When the cops arrived, they found the woman leaning on her vehicle because apparently she couldn't stand up straight. And officers confirmed to the couple that, yes, that is Teresa Heitman, the mayor of Naples.
Hey, I voted for her. I know, I recognize her.
That's awkward, isn't it? You know, the Naples police show up and it's the mayor of the town.
All right, so she was elected first to mayor in 2020.
Right. Oh, yeah. So
she already had her election.
Yep.
It was so close, MJ. 22 votes separated her from her.
Are you serious?
Her competitor.
Wow.
So earlier this year, she was elected by 22 votes, resulting in a mandatory recount, where it was confirmed back in March. So she is not currently on the ballot.
Okay, all right. So she is the current. She won back in March. Okay. Wow. And she won by 22 votes?
That's crazy. That is not a lot of people in a town like Naples.
Wow. Wow. All right. So police say that Heitman agreed to a sobriety test. She failed.
Oh.
They found probable cause to arrest her for driving under the influence of alcohol or an intoxicating substance, I believe is the correct terminology. Heitman was taken to the Naples Jail Center where breath tests confirmed that she was lit. She blew a .169 and a .155, well over the .08 here in Florida. And she was charged with DUI.
Would you care to guess the salary of the mayor of Naples?
I would say $175,500.
$54,100.
Oh, really? That's all right.
Naples is a little hoity-toity town, right?
There you go.
It really is. It's
yeah.
probably expensive. Probably higher cost of living.
They say that some of the zip codes in Naples are the wealthiest zip codes in the United States of America.
Whoa.
Was it Port Royal? You got a really fancy schmancy place with all, multi-million-dollar homes. I think it's called Port Royal down there.
Okay.
Tell you, whenever I get down to Naples, man, Andre's Steakhouse on Tamiami on 41. I'm not steering you wrong. Andre's Steakhouse. It's kind of like the Peter Luger concept or Wolfgang's. Wolfgang's has really become one of our go-tos up in New York. Or Keen's. Keen's is phenomenal. We bounce back and really between Keen's and Wolfgang's. I like the original on Park. But
speaking of houses in Naples, on what you say, Port Royal.
Port Royal.
There's one abode on sale, just marked down.
Are you freaking kidding me?
To $295 million.
Are you?
Wow.
Fester
What a
is on
deal.
like Zillow right now, or Realtor.com. I'm sorry, Realtor.com.
I mean, here's a shack for $21
Wait a
million.
minute. There's a house for $295 million?
Yep.
Okay.
6 bedrooms, 20 and a half. What the F? 20.5 bathrooms.
I mean, wherever you are, if you're all of a sudden you're like, I've got to pee. Here's one right here.
Guess what?
It's right here.
I want to pee in 5 different bathrooms. So you got to go, and then you hold it, then you run to the next one. Go.
That'd be a fun game.
20 and a half bathrooms.
Yeah, most houses range between $20 and $50 million.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you're perpetually stocking toilet paper, making sure every bathroom is filled.
Like, you have to have a truckload of Charmin show up when you got 20. That is nuts.
If you'd like to buy this acre and a half lot, just the lot is $63 million.
In Naples on Gordon Drive.
Right there at the point.
Wow,
Water on 3
$63
sides.
million for a 1.48 acre lot. Holy snip. Yeah. Anyway, so the mayor's all liquored up and drunk and stumbling over and stumbles out of it. I'm the mayor of Naples.
You know who I am.
I want to know what I don't see in the story is what caused her to follow this couple home and then drive on their front yard and then get out and say, I'm the mayor of Naples. What was she all ticked off about? All right, this is grotesque, but Fester's going to go, yum.
What is it? I like
what
fair
is it?
food. I'm down for it.
All right, this is repulsive. I'm nauseous just thinking about this. Minnesota State Fair.
Oh, the Midwest is where they all come from, man. That's the best.
Deep fried ranch dressing.
That's it?
Well,
I mean, like it's the dressing
let
and then
me-
it's deep fried.
well, it's
and
got to
like
be contained in something.
Yeah.
batter.
What is it? It's contained in batter?
Well,
you would
yes.
you would take ranch dressing and you'd mix it with butter and you'd scoop it and then bread the butter and then fry it.
Almost
you
like
go.
like a cheese ball.
Fester pretty much has it nailed.
Yeah.
It's the Minnesota State Fair describes it as ranch dressing filling made with ranch seasoning, buttermilk, cream cheese in a panko shell, deep fried, then dusted with ranch powder. Deep fried ranch sounds disgusting.
Sounds great.
Oh my God. First of all, I hate ranch dressing. Ranch dressing ought to be outlawed.
It's not a bad dressing.
I don't like creamy dressings. I'm a vinaigrette guy.
I am a creamy dressing guy.
Give me a Massengill salad dressing any day of the week.
Listen.
Seriously, I don't even buy salad. Every once in a while, I'll buy that.
You like your ginger dressing
Yeah,
occasionally.
every once in a while, I'll buy that Japanese ginger dressing, and you can make that with like carrots and
no
apples.
way, man.
And
You got to go to Ken's dressing on the dressing aisle.
No.
Catching BOGO at Publix. Good stuff.
Michelle came up with this awesome recipe where I use vinegar and olive oil and like 8 different spices and fresh garlic.
You know what sounds terrible?
I make my own vinaigrette and it is phenomenal.
Your fried vinaigrette sounds terrible.
It's not fried vinaigrette. There's nothing fried about
Well,
it.
why the hell are we talking about it? This fried ranch at the Minnesota State Fair
Is disgusting.
Hey, you know what? You want something to look forward to? It's going to be at the Florida State Fair, I bet you, in February.
This is disgusting. And there's a picture of this with ranch dressing oozing out of the panko crusted shells.
You got to pop
I
it.
think it's probably delicious.
Oh, no, it's-
I don't know why you would say that was disgusting. I mean, it
Because
looks yummy.
I hate ranch
Okay,
dressing.
then that's you.
I don't like creamy
Most
salad
people don't
dressings ought to be
hate it.
outlawed.
Well, what'd you say, Andrew?
Most people don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the number one dressing for a reason.
No,
You're the
most Americans hate ranch.
Well, you want to go to the phones on something.
I'm kidding around.
A bunch of our chubby listeners on the
I
line.
know that ranch dressing is popular. I just don't like it. I don't like creamy dressings.
Blue cheese.
This should be its own food group.
Hey, speaking of food, guess who's coming back? It's
Who?
been a while. It's Fat Tuesday. Fat Tuesday.
Oh yeah, that's coming back.
Oh, the restaurant fat?
Yeah,
Yes, with a drink place.
No, it's the drink place. It's like the
yeah.
it's the frozen
Slushies.
Not what do you call those
It's
things?
they're you grab 'em,
Margaritas.
yeah.
You know, it's the
Frozen daiquiris.
Daiquiris. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. So Fat Tuesday is coming back in Ybor. They've been gone for a while, and I have an interesting bit of trivia. I want to see. I might go to the phones at the end of the show here and see if anyone knows this. So Ybor City on Friday, today, we'll get the grand opening of Fat Tuesday. And it'll be the only Fat Tuesday in town. They've had numerous incarnations. So there used to be a previous Fat Tuesday in Ybor.
I remember that.
And that went out of business. Does anyone know where the original Fat Tuesday was in
Clearwater
Tampa?
Mall?
I don't know. Hold on, Andrew. You're saying what?
Clearwater Mall.
Was there a Fat Tuesday in I don't remember that.
Guess?
All right.
I think there was one.
Maybe there was. Listen, I'm a Hillsborough guy. I'm a Tampa guy. Does anyone know where the original Fat Tuesday was in town? We're going back years.
I mean, if you know, then we're going back about 30 years.
It could be 30, 28, 27 years. I want to see if anyone knows where was Fat Tuesday in Tampa prior to the new Ybor and then the previous Ybor. Does anyone know? 800-990-1047.
Are you just going off of your memory?
Yes,
Okay,
I was in there. I was in there. I know it
I'm
existed.
just making sure. I mean, it's not like you have a written report that verifies it.
800-990-1047. So do you know where the original Tampa Fat Tuesday was, and what is it now? What location is now at the place where Fat Tuesday was years ago? Does anyone know?
Was it a freestanding building or
Yes.
was it like in a place?
Nope, freestanding building.
So it wasn't like in the old mall that got knocked down for the Buccaneers place.
Nope.
Okay.
800-990-1047. Does anyone know? 800-990-1047. This is pretty obscure, but it's now a very well-known place. Hold on. Laura might know.
Yeah, it was at where Burns Steakhouse now stands.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Stop it.
yes.
No. All right. Laura in Tampa. Laura, dazzle me with your historic knowledge. Where was Fat Tuesday originally in Tampa?
I'm going to say Fowler Avenue.
Not the one that I know of. I don't.
This is the one.
Are you sure do you think there was one there at one point?
I thought that there was one because there was a Dooley's at the Holiday Inn across the street on Fowler Avenue, but that's where
if there was one, I don't know of that one.
Yeah, that's why this is. It's not who knows. It's who can guess the one that MJ's thinking about.
That's it. That's
okay.
it. All right.
It's not a fact-based contest.
Who can guess the Fat Tuesday location that MJ remembers? That's what it is.
All right, that's not it, Laura.
Laura, listen, you might be right. You might be crazy. And it just might be a lunatic you're looking for. All right. Thanks, Laura. Let me grab Lori from Laura to Lori in Tampa. Lori, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi.
All right. Where do you think the Fat Tuesday was that I remember?
Palm Harbor?
Nope.
There was probably 6 of them in the Bay Area.
Palm Harbor?
Maybe there was. I don't know. Okay. You could be right, but I don't know.
This is like an MJ mind reader game.
Fester's right. Where's the Fat Tuesday that MJ remembers?
All right. On to Cheryl.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Hey, you might be right. I just don't know. Cheryl in Tampa. Hello, Cheryl.
Hey, how are you?
All right. Do you know?
I think it was in Carrollwood, where then after they left, it became O'Brien's, and now it's they have a big tiki hut out there.
Listen, that's not what I'm looking for.
Carrollwood
but,
up just south of Fletcher.
You might be 100% right. I just don't know.
Okay.
All right. Let me just say what it is. Cheryl, thank you.
Sure. Have a good day.
Yeah, listen, all those other callers might be right, but I don't know. All right. The Fat Tuesday that I remember was on Southdale Mabry. And it's where Carrabba's is right now. That used to be Fat Tuesday.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Where Carrabba's, south of Kennedy Boulevard, the Carrabba's, right near Party City, and Donatello's right down, and Lucan's, their gorgeous new Lucan's Midtown location, right over there. Used to be where Carrabba's is. Used to be Fat Tuesday, back maybe 1995, long time ago. All right. Anything else? Richard Simmons. They found drugs in his system.
What?
Yeah.
What kind?
Yeah. Well, it's
Don't
not,
say ketamine.
It's not what you think. It wasn't like a Matthew Perry situation. Richard Simmons' autopsy reveals that he had drugs in his system when he died after a fall. He had traces of prescription drugs used to treat insomnia in his system. So it sounds like, let's see, he had diphenhydramine, trazodone, and zolpidem. Is that how you say it? So that's what he had here, traces of that. No evidence of any recreational drugs in his system, according to the toxicology report. Yeah.
One of those you named is like a Benadryl.
Yeah, so diphenhydramine. I think that's
Benadryl.
Yeah, I took Benadryl last night. I mean, that's okay. So he had Benadryl in his system. Big deal.
Yeah, Fester's got that in his system right now. Yeah. All right, I think that's it. I think we're going to call it a day. Oh, I got to do this quickly. Did you see a children's book caught on fire in someone's car?
Ooh.
Yeah, out of North Carolina, pictures of a child's car seat melted and mangled tell this awful story. Investigators say that a button battery made of lithium inside a children's book caught fire underneath the car. So you know those books where you push the button and it makes noises and
we
stuff?
have tons of those.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It could burn your house down.
Good to know.
Yeah, so one of these button batteries caught on fire. I don't know if it was like in a hot car and that exacerbated the situation. Destiny Williams, sounds like she could be working at a club. Destiny Williams said that she had just returned from church on Sunday. Okay, maybe not. She got her 1-year-old daughter out of the car, went inside to make lunch. A neighbor comes pounding on the door. Hey, your car's smoking. My car doesn't smoke. And ran outside, and the minivan was on freaking fire. Family member grabbed a garden hose to try to knock down the flames. Turns out one of those picture books with a battery caught on fire and destroyed the car. So warning, these books with batteries, a lithium battery could wreck your vehicle. We got to roll. Folks, have a great holiday weekend. Hopefully it's going to be a great time for you, whether you want to relax or do something adventurous. Have a great Labor Day weekend, and we will see you back here Tuesday morning, actually. Yeah, so Monday we're off. We'll see you back here Tuesday morning on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. And this holiday weekend, do me a favor, let's be careful out there.
Hear the latest MJ Morning Show podcast on the Q105 app, powered by Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.